Back here in the corner. Thomas, thank you for putting me over here in the corner. I'll try to behave back over
sir, you're welcome to come this direction.
They got me back over here.
That Amazon shoulder.
It's where Senate members belong.
In the corner.
They are.
How are you doing?
Good to see you.
Yeah, my man.
Hey, Sam. How you doing, sir? You doing all right?
First time in this.
What's going on, baby?
Oh, yeah. What now?
Members, if I can get y'all to go ahead and take your seats, we'll go ahead and try and get started this morning. My watch now shows that it is 10:30 on October the 26th of 2016, and as chairman of the House Commerce Committee, I am calling this meeting to order. I would ask our committee secretary to please call the roll.
Representative Carmody,
Present.
present. Anders,
Present.
present. Brown, Connick, Kusan, Cox,
Here.
present. Falconer, Glover,
Here.
present. Hollis, Jefferson,
Here.
present. Leopold, Lyons,
Here.
present. Moreno, Pearson, Price,
Present.
present. Pugh,
Here.
present. Reynolds,
Here.
present. Shadowin. And we have interim members who are co-authors of the resolution. Representative Bagley, Representative Jenkins, Johnson,
Jenkins is here.
Jenkins here. Sam's here.
Jenkins, present. Johnson,
Johnson's here.
present. Morris, Norton, Seabaugh,
Hello.
present.
And committee members, I did hear from Representative Shadowin. He unfortunately had a funeral he had to attend this morning, and so was unable to join us. As you all know, that we're here as an effort to report back to the legislature our findings from House Resolution 37 of 2016. And I would ask our committee attorney, Rashida Keith, to please read the resolution so we're all familiar with why we're here.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is House Resolution number 37 from the 2016 Second Extraordinary Session by Representatives Glover, Bagley, Carmody, Cox, Jefferson, Jenkins, Mike Johnson, Jim Morris, Norton, and Seabaugh. It reads as follows. A resolution to urge and request the House Committee on Commerce to study the state of the automotive manufacturing industry in the state of Louisiana since the onset of the most recent worldwide economic turndown. Whereas during the late 2000s, a recession of a global scale adversely affected the economy of the United States. And whereas such adverse effects were manifested as an overall decline in economic activity resulting in a loss of industry and consumer wealth, the scarce availability of credit, and subsequently the realization of sharp cutbacks in consumer spending. And whereas the national automobile industry and the automobile industry in this state experienced declining automobile sales and the substantial loss of employment opportunities. And whereas perpetual declining sales and employment loss led to the 2009 bankruptcy of the General Motors Corporation, and by 2012, a complete cessation of automobile manufacturing at the General Motors Shreveport plant, which for more than 30 years was a generator of jobs and economic opportunity in this state. And whereas after the bankruptcy of General Motors, the Shreveport plant was assumed by the Revitalizing Auto Communities Environmental Response Trust, RACER, that was created by the United States Bankruptcy Court to clean up and position for redevelopment the properties and other facilities owned by the former General Motors Corporation. And whereas, in 2013, in efforts to rebuild, reposition, and revitalize the state's hard-hit automobile industry, certain agreements were reached by Racer and particular automobile manufacturers for the production of certain vehicles at the former General Motors Shreveport plant. And whereas such automobile production was expected to commence by the end of 2015, yielding the expectation for economic stimulation and the creation of thousands of potential jobs. And whereas, as of 2016, prior agreements for automobile production have yet to materialize, and the state has an interest in creating transparency and uncovering any pertinent explanation as to why those agreements have not come to fruition, as such agreements for automobile manufacturing in Louisiana can only serve to positively benefit the overall economy and citizenry of this state. Therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives of the Legislature of Louisiana does hereby urge and request the House Committee on Commerce to do all of the following. Number one, study the state of the automotive manufacturing industry in the state of Louisiana since the onset of the most recent worldwide economic turndown that began in 2008. Number two, to investigate and report on the activities of Racer in the state of Louisiana. Number three, tour and assess the current condition and circumstances of any Louisiana-based properties either currently or previously under the control and supervision of Racer in the state of Louisiana. Number four, take testimony from local, regional, and state officials and economic development stakeholders regarding barriers and obstacles impacting the ability to effectively market facilities either currently or previously under the control of Racer. Be it further resolved that the House Committee on Commerce shall report its findings to the House of Representatives prior to the convening of the 2017 regular session of the Legislature of Louisiana. That concludes the extent of the resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Keith. Committee members and those that are joining us, you understand that our charge today is to receive information and testimony as to the state of automobile manufacturing, which as a part of commerce falls under the purview of our committee. I want to first and foremost thank Mr. Doug Frick and Ono Steger, who had met us this morning at 9 o'clock and allowed us to walk through the former GM facility, and had asked our committee members to withhold any of their questions until they had them and could put them on the record here this morning. And so I encourage you, as we hear testimony, if you have a question, please ask it. We don't want to waste anybody's precious time, much less our own, but we do need the information in order to provide an adequate report. We will follow the agenda that you have in your file folders this morning. We'll start with the discussion, testimony, and overview of the efforts to rebuild, reposition, and revitalize the state hard-hit automotive industry, which is taken straight from House Resolution 37 of 2016. Our first person to address the committee is Rick Zablocki. I hope I've got that right. It's Carmody. I've heard my name in this room pronounced many different ways.
It's Zablocki, but
Zablocki.
thank you.
Mr. Zablocki, welcome. So,
Thank you. Thank you,
yes,
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, before we proceed, I want to make offer Rep. Jenkins the opportunity to come join us on the dais.
Sam, would you
As
please
a,
come?
author.
We have a seat for you up here, please, sir. Thank you, Representative Glover.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir, go ahead, please proceed. If you'd identify yourself for the committee, please.
Sure. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Rick Zablocki. I'm the Director of Operations and Chief Tax Officer of Revitalizing Auto Communities Environmental Response Trust and Racer Properties LLC, or more commonly known as Racer. I'm pleased to appear before the committee this morning and provide you with information about Racer's prior ownership and involvement in the former General Motors property in Caddo Parish. I wish to clarify up front, however, that Racer has not owned, occupied, or controlled the former GM property since 2013. So Racer does not have firsthand information about the efforts to generate jobs at the property through leasing activities, nor Elio Motors' current timing and plans to start production at the site. By way of background, Racer Trust was formed in 2011 by order of the U.S. Bankruptcy Court to take possession of certain former General Motors Corporation properties around the country, including the Shreveport Assembly Plant. Racer was given two primary missions by the court: to conduct safe, effective cleanups of environmental contamination where necessary, and to seek new buyers and end users who would maximize the redevelopment potential of each property in consultation with local elected officials and economic development professionals. Environmental contamination was not present at the Shreveport facility, so our sole focus was on working with our state and local stakeholders, specifically Caddo Parish Commission and Administration, North Louisiana Economic Partnership, Louisiana Economic Development, Caddo Parish IDB, and others to position the property for sale and reuse. I should note that although Racer became the owner of the GM Shreveport facility on March 31, 2011, and began to actively market the property at that time, General Motors Company, or New GM, continued to lease and occupy the facility until December 1, 2012. On February 28, 2013, 3 months after Racer gained control of the site, Racer and Elio Motors entered into a purchase and sale agreement whereby Elio would acquire from Racer all of the property at the site, that is, the land, buildings, machinery, equipment, and all the contents of the former GM Shreveport plant. On that day, Elio closed on the purchase of the movable property, that is, the machinery, equipment, and furniture, but the purchase of the land and buildings were deferred. Elio entered into a security agreement with us for the movable property and granted Racer a security or collateral interest in those assets. On the same day, Elio purchased the machinery, equipment, and all other movable property. Elio borrowed approximately $10 million from a lender, and Racer agreed to subordinate its secured interest to allow Elio to receive funding for his startup operations here in Caddo Parish. During 2013, plans for the sale of the land and buildings changed. Instead of Elio buying the land and buildings from Racer, the Caddo Parish IDB became the ultimate purchaser. In an interim step in this sale, Racer sold the real property to Shreveport Business Park, a company owned by Stu Lichter, who also owns Industrial Realty Group, or IRG. Shreveport Business Park immediately resold the same property to the IDB. These transactions all took place on December 27, 2013. It is Racer's understanding that the IDB immediately executed a real estate lease with Shreveport Business Park, and the Shreveport Business Park became the property manager on behalf of the IDB. Racer is not a party to that lease, nor do we have any authority over the terms of that lease. On becoming the primary lessee, Shreveport Business Park subleased a portion of the buildings to Elio Motors. Shreveport Business Park, and with support from Industrial Realty Group, or IRG, then began seeking other tenants for the portions of the buildings that Elio would not be utilizing. It is Racer's understanding that Shreveport Business Park and IRG continue to be active in their efforts to find other tenants for the building space. But again, Racer has no firsthand knowledge of these activities because we no longer own or control the property. To recap, since the end of 2013, Racer has neither owned the land nor any of the buildings of the former plant. That is owned by the IDB, nor do we own the machine or equipment. That is owned by Elio Motors. Our sole role in this property since 2013 is as a secured creditor of Elio Motors. We therefore believe that Shreveport Business Park, IRG, and Elio Motors can best respond to questions you may have about the future utilization of that site. In closing, I would like to state for the record that we, Racer, share the community's concerns and disappointment of the slow progress of creating new jobs at the former plant of General Motors. The City of Shreveport, Caddo Parish, the Industrial Development Board, LED, were among the strong supporters of this project when it was first announced in January 2013, and we were all excited about the new economic activity, jobs, and tax base it was expected to bring to the region. While Racer is disappointed in the outcome to date, we remain hopeful that the vision described at that time will yet materialize. It It is public knowledge that Racer has extended deadlines for Elio to fulfill its job creation commitments. This is normally accomplished through a development agreement between the purchaser and a local jurisdiction. When such an agreement is not utilized, as in this case, Racer will require such commitments as a means of ensuring that our economic development mandates would be met. Extensions have been granted to date because Elio has continued to demonstrate measurable progress toward the launch of the production, including securing thousands of binding commitments for their vehicle, developing engineering vehicles, raising millions of dollars through a crowdfunding public offering, and building a supply chain with established, credible brands. By extending deadlines and foregoing penalty payments, Racer believes it is continuing to support this project that was selected to bring jobs to the former General Motors plant. The current deadline for the job creation by Elio is July 1, 2017. In the event that an additional extension is requested, Racer is willing to consult with Caddo Parish Commission and the state before making any future decisions. I hope you find this information I presented to be helpful in your understanding of Racer's limited role since 2013. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and ask one question, because each of the presenters here, I would ask the same question too, so instead of being redundant. In your capacity, can you report to the committee who had expressed an interest in the facility, what incentives that Racer had provided, and what was the outcome of those prospects? And please understand, everyone in the room, that as a commercial real estate broker here in Louisiana, I certainly understand confidentiality when you're dealing with a prospect and they've not yet decided where they're going. You're more or less under that constraint that you can't reveal who you're talking about. But I would ask if Racer could start off by at least communicating to the committee who had expressed an interest and what incentives were y'all trying to provide those parties so that they would look at Shreveport or the GM facility with the potential of bringing employment to our people.
Okay, yes, sir. In terms of interest in the property, since Racer owned it since March of 2011, we obviously were approached by Mr. Paul Elio about interest in several of our sites. We're also received interest from potential demolition companies, that their sole purpose was to acquire the property, to demolish the building, make money from selling off the scrap, and moving on. Those are not the type of buyers we will sell our properties to. We have no interest in seeing a property, especially a valuable asset like we have here in Shreveport, or had, I should say, here in Caddo Parish, to have that type of an asset demolished. As our transaction evolved in 2012 and 2013 with Elio Motors, it's our understanding that there was some interest from potentially other users. We did grant an option to the state of Louisiana if the interested party they were pursuing, if a transaction could be arranged, that we would provide an option for the state to buy the property rather than Mr. Elio. And it was a very complicated potential transaction with the Elio Motors being relocated to another site here in Caddo Parish and other terms such as that.
But when you reference the state of Louisiana, specifically you're saying, is that referred to the Louisiana Economic Development?
Yeah, yes, sir. I'm sorry. I should have been more specific.
Yes,
Yes, it's the LED, Louisiana Economic Development, working through that organization.
Very good, and they are on our agenda and will testify after this gentleman. Does any other member have any questions for this gentleman?
I'll yield the other.
You do? Mr. Glover?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for appearing today, Mr. Zablock. Just a few questions.
Yes, sir.
I noticed in looking at the Racer Trust website,
Yes.
You are not listed as a member of the management team. And in Googling your name, I do not see anything that indicates you having a relationship with the Racer Trust. It indicates that you are in fact affiliated rather with the Motors Liquidation Corporation and not Racer Trust. So can you clarify in what particular capacity you serve Racer Trust, specifically in light of the fact that the specific invitation that was extended for today's hearing was to both Mr. Laws, the trustee, and to Mr. Rasher, the redevelopment manager?
Sure. First, Mr. Laws and Mr. Rasher apologize for not being able to attend this meeting. They both had long-standing commitments today, but they will be happy to meet with you in the future. My role is Director of Operations, Chief Tax Officer. I've been affiliated with Racer since day one, since the trust was formed in March of 2011. Motors Liquidation Company was formerly known as General Motors Corporation, the bankrupt entity. I did work with Motors Liquidation in terms of the bankruptcy. And just to be perfectly open with my background, I previously worked with General Motors for over 25 years on a senior leadership position with General Motors. So I joined the bankruptcy team in 2009 when General Motors filed for bankruptcy, and I transitioned over to Racer Trust in March of 2011. Not sure why my name's not listed on the website. I don't think that's critical, but I report directly to Elio Laws, the administrative trustee of Racer Trust, and I have since the formation of the trust.
Okay. Were you at all involved in any of the discussions regarding the due diligence that was done that ultimately directed this facility towards IRG and the Elio project?
I was involved internally in evaluating the progress of negotiations. We have an internal team, multidisciplinary team that reviews all of our transactions. I am part of that team. I provided input to the decision makers, and Mr. Law specifically. So yes, I was aware of that pending transaction at the time.
And so since you were involved with Racer from the very beginning of this process, you understood and know that the intention of all of this was to create and facilitate mechanisms by which these former GM assets end up being leveraged not necessarily into profits for individuals or groups, but into economic opportunity for the communities where they were located, essentially to try and replace the jobs that were lost.
That is one of our missions, to facilitate and help create jobs that were lost as part of the General Motors bankruptcy.
And with regard to the pairing of the Shreveport property with the Elio concept, what other potential scenarios were explored in terms of the utilization of the Shreveport property?
Other than by Mr. Elio?
Correct.
Well, part of the transaction...
The demolition folks.
As I mentioned earlier, those are the types of buyers we dismissed out of hand, that we would not pursue and even consider such a transaction for the Shreveport site.
So it was either Elio or demolition?
I wouldn't put it that bright line of a test. I mean, I'd say we should reflect back on what the economic conditions were in 2012 and 2013. The economy was recovering from a very serious recession. Credit markets were still tight even in that time frame. There was a credible business plan that Mr. Elio introduced. We had an independent party review that business plan, and he concluded that, yes, this is a viable plan, although there are significant obstacles for trying to become an automotive manufacturer with the high hurdle rate to enter that market. Based on the analysis we did, based on the analysis the Caddo Parish Industrial Development Board did, the LED, we all came to the same conclusion that we should pursue this type of transaction. We received letters, as you know, Representative Glover, having been former mayor, received letters supporting the transaction from the city of Shreveport, Caddo Parish Commission, from the North Louisiana Economic Partnership, endorsing this transaction and also urging us to sell the property to Elio Motors and IRG.
Now, the one thing you do have to acknowledge is that those of us at the City of Shreveport, I can't speak for the Industrial Development Board, the Parish of Caddo, or anyone else who offered any expression of support at that time. We did not have any insight into the actual full due diligence that was done at the time. Would that be correct?
All I can tell you is I think we're all evaluating the same information. I don't think we were privy to any information that all the other parties did not
Well,
have.
you all were the ones on the front lines. You were the ones who were entertaining the prospects, marketing the property, so there would be information that would have come to you all's attention that would not have been made available to ours. Would that
Are
be
you
correct?
indicating other than from Elio?
Correct.
Yes, oh yeah, like as I said, we fielded inquiries from other potential prospects, demolition companies. Yes, those were some of the other parties that approached us.
Very, very quickly, you said that it was determined and rated to be a viable concept. Are you familiar with the fact that 3 years prior to that particular idea being advanced by you all at Racer Trust, recommended to those of us here in the City of Shreveport and Parish of Caddo, that 3 years prior that Mr. Elio had been in the city of Pontiac, Michigan, attempting to stand up the same project in 2010?
I am aware that he approached other property owners with his business plan. Yes,
Made a
sir.
request to the city of Pontiac to invest $200 million of their employee pension funds into his project?
I'm not
as a startup?
aware of that particular term. I am aware that he toured a former General Motors assembly plant in Pontiac as a possible site for his venture.
Can you speak to the fiduciary obligations of the Racer Trust and who those apply to?
I'd say they apply to all of the men and women at Racer Trust. As I said, we have a dual mission to deal with any environmental conditions that are present at sites. Fortunately, here in Shreveport, we don't have that problem, but also to facilitate the creation of jobs by working with our local and state stakeholders to find viable projects to create jobs.
And whose interests are they looking to protect?
Whose interests?
Whose interest does the Racer Trust have an obligation
Well,
to protect in advance?
our beneficiary is the United States government.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, if I can get the assistance of staff, I can start handing out some here and get one to Mr. Zablocki. One for you and one for you, Senator. I'll hand those out.
Mr. Chairman, I failed to mention that we did distribute some of the materials, some charts, and a chronology that hopefully will help you follow some of the dates I mentioned in my testimony. I should have mentioned that earlier.
That's this purple folder.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Zablocki, if you can. Thank you. Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
members of the committee, Mr. Zablocki,
Yes, sir.
what I have just handed to you is a draft copy, and it may have been the final copy, but it's a draft copy of correspondence that was directed to Mr. Bruce Rasher in November of 2013. Have you ever seen this document before?
My initial reaction is no. I would have to study it, but I don't recall having seen this in the past.
Well, at least one of the authors is here with us, so we'll get a chance to be able to verify additional information about his transmittal when he steps forward. But you mentioned that as you all came in possession of this property, a property that I had confirmed today and I toured this morning, as recent as 2002, had over $1 billion worth of investment made into it by the GM Corporation.
Yes.
That, from what I also understand, was the second highest investment of any facility in the entirety of the GM system. That the best and highest level of interest that you all were receiving was from a startup company and demolition operations.
I think I mentioned that earlier.
And that the economic environment of 2012 and 2013 was such that that was what would help to explain the level of interest based on that. Well, and you also referenced in your earlier comments that there was a scenario at one point where the state there was an option given to the state in an effort to try and facilitate some opportunities that were being advanced at the state level, and also some consideration given to trying to figure out how you do that while still trying to allow the Elio effort to go forward.
Yes, sir.
The reason as to why I think it's important for Mr. Laws and Mr. Rasher to be here, because unlike you, they were the ones that were specifically involved in the discussions and aware of the opportunities that were actually available at that time. The letter that I just forwarded to you is dated November the 14th of 2013. The actual sales transaction of these assets going from the possession of the Racer Trust to IRG or Shreveport Business Park and then on to the Caddo Industrial Development Board took place on the 27th of December
Correct.
of 2013.
Yes, sir.
So within a 6-week span, Mr. Bruce Rasher and the Racer Trust receives correspondence from local officials communicating to them that we have been approached by a global company that has more than $10 billion in sales that is highly interested in securing the GM Shreveport facility. Company's executives have visited the GM Shreveport facility several times. They have communicated that they have plans to make a final decision with board approval by January of 14. Due to its size, condition, and available infrastructure, the GM facility is the only location the company is currently considering. So now we've gone from you characterizing the level of interest at that time as being a startup company that is undercapitalized and demolition companies to, in November of 2013, people from this local community and the state of Louisiana expressing to the Racer Trust prior to these properties being sold and committed that you now have a company with $10 billion per year in sales compared to a company that has no sales whatsoever, is undercapitalized, well, no capitalization at that point, had previously just 3 years prior come to the city of Pontiac with the same idea, same concept, asked for the retirement funds of city employees to be invested in order to facilitate the startup of this company. And you don't stop and have pause to say, before we go forward with this, maybe we need to see just how big the universe is with regard to the level of interest in these particular assets. In light of the fact, as you mentioned, there are some 89 in total, many of which need brownfield remediation, many of which are more than a century old, none of which have had over $1 billion worth of investment made, both in terms of new buildings, 1.9 square million feet of additional square footage built in 2002. Just a decade prior, almost $1 billion in equipment, movables that's inside the facility. And the judgment of the Racer Trust is that the best, most viable scenario to pursue is to go with a 3-wheel startup?
I guess I would respond this way, Representative. In my response to the chairman's question about other pursuits, I did mention that we worked with LED, Caddo Parish, to structure this transaction to continue pursuing the Elio IRG opportunity. At the same time, building in the flexibility that if this pursuit you described comes to fruition, the transaction could be changed to not only keep Elio in the parish, but also attract this other prospect. I would also remind or mention that that pursuit failed. The option was never exercised, and to my knowledge, that prospect never moved.
And again, you're giving Elio, and neither has Elio at this point. And yes, in fact, that prospect has moved. They moved to Houston as opposed to Shreveport.
I think
But
they
again,
were based in
you stressed that
Houston.
Elio was still being given priority in terms of consideration. Now, I'm glad that you mentioned that.
Just so I
because
can respond,
Yeah,
I'm sorry to
please.
interrupt, but
No,
my
go
understanding is they were based in Houston and they continue to be located in Houston.
Well, they were looking to consolidate their global manufacturing in one location, with that location being here in Shreveport
Correct.
at the old GM plant. When that scenario did not go forward, their fallback position was to build a $400 million facility in Houston.
And stay where they
But now
originally were
there are
located.
others who can comment on that later, who have more specific detail apparently than you do. But now, in light of what you just referenced, I want to read this passage very briefly as well. And it states, we want to emphasize our very strong interest in pursuing Project Phoenix, while doing so in a manner, again, these folks are obviously trying to accommodate what appears to be an absolute hell-bent commitment on the part of the Racer Trust to deliver these properties and assets to Elio. So we want to do so in a manner, to the extent possible, that limits any negative effect on Elio Motors that would be associated in relocating its planned operation to another facility in Caddo Parish. Accordingly, we were very concerned that during a conference call on Monday, November the 11th of 2013, including you, Stephen Moray, and others, you communicated that the Racer Trust is now prepared to sell the GM Shreveport facility to Industrial Realty Group for the benefit of Elio, even if both local and state leaders strongly favor an alternative approach that would preserve our opportunity to move forward with Project Phoenix while working in good faith to address any unintended negative impact on Elio.
Did you say November of 2011?
November of 2013, November the 11th of 2013.
Okay, sorry.
The point being is you've obviously got alarm being displayed here by folks from the state of Louisiana and people who are part of the economic development community at what appears to be an unrestrained, unbridled effort to not give consideration to any other potential scenarios that might be available with regard to these assets, but to deliver them to Elio, up to and including saying that we don't care, that we're going to go ahead and sell to IRG to facilitate the Elio project, even though I think that's going to be established by folks who will comment later. In an effort to try and facilitate the interest of this prospect, the state was even trying to figure out how to find additional industrial space here, since the Project Phoenix effort would have taken all of the GM property and had the need for additional construction. But even still trying to figure out how you facilitate a startup operation that has no funding, that was not prepared to go, and was still trying to figure out how to gain its footing. Help me understand, which is again why I believe it to be more important for Mr. Laws and Mr. Rasher to be here to answer these questions, because you were obviously not a part of the deliberative process that came to the determination that, despite the fact that local folks, which the Racer Trust has an obligation, that's the intent, for you guys to come in and meet with, dialogue, connect with local leaders, the local community, and develop an agenda for how it is that we go back and figure out how we reclaim jobs that were lost based upon being able to leverage these assets. Now, you got a company, $10 billion per year in sales, that says that we narrowed down our singular choice. This is coming to you from state leadership and local leadership. And yet, the intention apparently on the part of Racer and Mr. Rasher and Mr. Laws, and I guess now you included, is to say we don't care, we're focused on Elio.
I would disagree with your characterization that we gave no consideration or didn't care about these prospects. To the contrary, we built in the flexibility in the Elio transaction that if this other prospect, if the project materialized, there was flexibility to keep both projects.
Well, Mr. Zabaki, if you have interest from one operation that has $10 billion in sales, why wouldn't that cause you to stop and say, there might be more interest. There may be more companies. There may be other types of companies that may be similarly capitalized, that may already be ongoing, strong, viable, global entities that might have an interest in a set of assets that the General Motors Corporation just spent over $1 billion in just a few years ago. And it has quite a bit of equipment that's still in the facility. Why wouldn't you stop and say, well, now, in an effort to ensure that we effectively and properly serve the fiduciary interests of the folks here who are hoping to get jobs back, why don't we stop and slow this process down and see if we don't end up being able to find something more substantive, better capitalized, and even with more jobs, and that might be able to make a complete use of the entirety of the assets than what we have with Elio. Why didn't that happen, Mr. Zabak?
Let me comment. The Elio IRG partnership, I think, would utilize the entire property. As I think you know, Elio could only use about 1/3 of the square footage there. That's where IRG's expertise came into play. I mean, here's a company that has a proven track record around the country of repurposing industrial buildings and successfully generating jobs.
Mr. Zablocki, what have they proven?
Well,
Not only have they not gotten Elio up and going, despite the fact Mr. Lichter has an interest in the company itself, but he also has not managed to be able to effectively deliver any tenants to the balance of the portion of the property that Elio doesn't intend to use.
and I think those
So
are all.
again, I ask, why is it that you did not pause after seeing this very visible, tangible, well-articulated interest on the part of a company with $1 billion in sales?
That never relocated from Houston.
But
However,
that expressed sincere interest that had to be overcome by Mr. Rasher's and the Racer Trust's apparent blind intent to deliver this and to Elio. Why wouldn't that cause you to stop, especially if, and let me finish here, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up so we can get to the other folks. Understanding that in paragraph 65 of the settlement agreement, criteria for sale, all right, monetary value. Our understanding is that IRG is proposing offering $7.5 million for the GM Shreveport facility. We are prepared to offer $12.5 million. $7.5 million from the Parish of Caddo and $5 million from the state of Louisiana. So that increases the actual monetary return by more than $5 million. The other criteria for sale, potential for reuse to create jobs. Project Phoenix is designed to produce more than twice the announced jobs of the Elio project. Even more significant, Project Phoenix's performance would be backed by a large, profitable, well-capitalized global company with proportionate reimbursements in the event of any underperformance. Whereas Elio, like any startup company, may be unable to even launch its manufacturing operation or could fail after its market entry. The likelihood of Project Phoenix moving forward as planned is much greater than for Elio to do so, even factoring in the global company involved with Project Phoenix hasn't yet made a final decision on its move towards Shreveport. Other benefits to the local and state community. Project Phoenix would result in more than double the direct jobs and indirect tax revenues of Elio. Environmental considerations, not aware of any. Views of the local and state community. We are strongly in favor of pursuing Project Phoenix while doing our best to do so in a manner that will enable the Elio project to move forward. We're opposed to a sale to IRG or any other third party in the short term that would imperil our best economic development option for the GM Shreveport facility. The next criteria, reputation and credibility of the prospective buyer. While IRG itself has significant industrial development experience, it cannot assure Racer that Elio will succeed. Project Phoenix is associated with a large, profitable, well-capitalized global company that has a strong reputation, whereas Elio is a startup that currently is struggling to survive. Elio already is in arrears to Racer and is well behind on proposed job creation schedule upon which the state's performance-based incentive offer was developed.
I would comment that appears to be a draft memo because some of the terms you read were not the terms that ultimately wound up in the option that I mentioned earlier that was
I
provided
just read
to the
for you
state.
the various criteria
No, I understand.
for sale
Yeah.
that Racer is bound to follow in its settlement agreement in the effort to market and redevelop and put these properties back into commerce. This isn't in the settlement agreement.
Right, no, I'm just trying to respond to some of your questions. I tried to keep notes, but that would be one of my initial reactions, that this appears to be a draft. The other thing in terms of not being able to pursue other marquee projects potentially, we have to remember that Elio is going to only occupy a third of the square footage. The balance of the plant is still available.
But by moving forward with Elio and the sale to IRG, you are creating the very circumstances that account for why it is that we are here right now. And that is the inability for both the regional and state level economic developers to be able to go out and effectively market this property absent the hamstringing of IRG and Stuart Lichter and the Elio.
Yeah. I don't want to comment.
And so this comes to you 6 weeks prior to actually executing the sale.
I don't want to comment on
this. You know this. This is a prospect that has showed up and concerns being expressed at both the local and the state level. Why does that not give you pause to stop and do additional due diligence, open this process up, and see if there is not ultimately an opportunity and an option that advances itself that is more substantive than the Elio?
And I'd like to finish my answer that the combination of Elio and IRG still left several million square feet at the site where these types of prospects could be pursued. There's still a multi-million square foot building, modern manufacturing building that did not foreclose.
But under whose terms?
The
because
property manager.
The Racer Trust is the one that has the most flexible terms. The Racer Trust is the one that has the fiduciary responsibility to figure out how it is that you leverage these assets into opportunity for the local communities. The Racer Trust does not have an obligation to figure out how to put IRG and Mr. Lichter in a position to be able to make money.
The IDB owns the real estate. They have a lease agreement, which we're not a party to, with IRG and Shreveport Business Park. We're not members of that organization that controls this site.
Let me add this little bit here, Mr. Zabaki, before I wrap up. And this letter wraps up in 2 paragraphs from the bottom. Moreover, we don't understand why Racer is so determined to close the transaction with Elio in a way that disregards the interests of the community and the state, given that it has been acknowledged that Elio effectively is in default with Racer, and Elio itself does not have the capacity to complete the purchase transaction without third-party support. We can see no reason why Racer would feel legally or morally bound to execute this particular agreement, given the circumstances with Elio and the trust's stated sales criteria, especially considering local and state desires to secure the larger, more secure project while also cultivating the potential for the Elio project to proceed at a different location in Caddo Parish. If the larger, more secure project accepts a proposal from the state and the parish, the likelihood of satisfaction of the trust's criteria for job creation and performance obligations is virtually certain. That's preceded by this. Considering that 5 of the 6 required sales criteria strongly favor Project Phoenix, while the 6th appears to be a non-factor, we cannot see how Racer would be acting consistent with its fiduciary responsibilities if it were to move forward now with the sale of the GM Shreveport facility to IRG. 6 weeks, Mr. Zablocki. You see now why Mr. Rasher and Mr. Lahl should be here? Because if you were not a part of these discussions and these decisions, then you essentially have nothing to offer except to stand here and take responsibility for that which you did not do. And that, Mr. Chairman, is why it is that I believe that this particular committee has an absolute obligation, if these gentlemen refuse to appear here voluntarily, to issue subpoenas to compel their appearance.
No one's refusing to appear.
So they can answer and account for their actions.
And
not put Mr. Zabaki in this unfortunate set of circumstances.
I'm not uncomfortable, Representative, and Mr. Laws and Mr. Rasher.
If the chairman allows me, you will be before we leave.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to interpose an objection. My name is Tom Arsenault. I represent the Racer Trust. This has ceased to be questioning and has begun to be speech-making and badgering, and I would request that the chair take control of the meeting.
Very good. And let me go ahead and ask then one final question.
You can't answer, call your lawyer.
If you can you tell us what the taxes to Caddo Parish that were paid by Racer for the facility while it was under Racer's ownership? What was the annual Caddo Parish property taxes paid for the facility that we toured this morning?
I believe the real estate and personal property taxes together probably totaled in excess of $200,000.
$200,000.
That's my recollection,
Okay.
Chairman, without...
And someone else, I'm sure, can probably confirm that for us. Yes, sir.
I have one
Representative
quick
Cox.
question.
Yes, sir.
Representative Cox.
Yes, sir.
what was the process that Racer went about advertising the property? I didn't hear that. I didn't understand how you went about telling the nation and globally, you know, the availability of this property. How did y'all do that?
We not only have our website, but we routinely work with brokers, site selectors who represent companies that are looking potentially to make an investment. We try and broaden our marketing materials as best we can through not only using our in-house staff, but also dealing with brokers throughout the country to make sure everyone understands the properties we have. We hold forums in a number of our cities to make sure not only the local stakeholders, but site selectors and potential users of properties are aware of our properties.
I have a question.
Thank you. Representative Cox, are there any other questions for this gentleman? I'm sorry, Ms. Norton. Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, what is your process when someone who has a company come to you all and say that they're interested in renting, buying, or whatever, the space that you have in there? What is it your process that you tell them in order to assure that they are getting the same courtesy, they are getting the same opportunity as anyone else is getting? What do you tell them?
Sure. I mean, our website is very transparent.
No, I don't want to do the website.
No.
I'm
I'm not referring to the website. I'm just mentioning that our website has a collection of materials that a prospect could review so they know what our process is.
Can we do this? Can we do this?
Sure.
And I certainly, no disrespect to you, but please don't tell me about your website.
Okay.
I just want to know when they come to you and they get in a permit to talk to you, don't send me to the website of what they can go and read. Tell me exactly, what do you tell them?
We invite them to tour the facility. We share environmental information. If a property does have some environmental issues, as I mentioned earlier, that's not the case here in Shreveport. We are transparent. We make all the information available to them, so their due diligence work, we already have a head start on that. They're familiar with the description of the plant. We have site managers who are very knowledgeable of the plant. They will share all of the information we have in-house with them to help them understand, you know, whether there are some challenges with the property, what the advantages are. We go then through our internal committee review. We look at the prospect's ability to deliver on any commitments they're making for jobs, for investments. We do a background check to make sure the people we're dealing with are reputable and they're not schemers or dreamers, as my colleague Mr. Rasher likes to say. We try and vet those prospects.
I'm sorry, sir. I know you're talking to her, but I didn't pick up what you just said.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
You quoted Mr. Rasher saying what?
No. We try and vet the prospects, make sure they are reputable prospects. They're not schemers or dreamers.
Yes, sir.
That they have a business plan.
Okay.
And they can ultimately deliver on the commitments they make.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I did not mean to interrupt. I couldn't hear you.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. I'll speak
You
into the
need to speak
microphone.
into the microphone,
I'm sorry.
please.
And let me get you to direct back over here.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
When you find out that they qualify
Yes.
100%,
Yes.
they have all their dots, their I's crossed and their T's, what do you tell them when you find out that they are qualified and there's nothing that they not have? What do you tell them then? Because I'm understanding here just a little bit that they had the qualification 100%, but they were not allowed to be able to rent. So I'm just trying to see what is it that you tell them when they qualify and they say that they want to sign a contract with you? Because I'm understanding here again that there has been an asserted effort that has been put forward, but they were not able to, I guess, sign the contract or get an agreement. So I just need to know, what do you tell somebody when they are 100% in compliance with everything that you need?
In this particular case I think you're referring to, we did not turn anyone away. They had some initial interest in the property, which was being coordinated by the LED. We participated in that process. Ultimately, that prospect decided not to locate here in Caddo Parish for whatever reasons they had. But
So,
in
so
your-
at the end of the day, after coming here,
Mm-hmm.
making you all aware that they would like to be here in this community,
Mm-hmm.
at the end of the day, they decided we don't want to be here. Is
that's
that what you're saying?
That's my understanding.
So
That's
you
right.
all didn't discuss at what level or what concerns that they had, because there had to be some concerns, because they came here in order to do business with the city of Shreveport.
Mm-hmm.
And being that at the end of the day, they said no, evidently something had to happen. So you not know anything about anything that happened to turn them away.
I don't think anything turned them away. I think they evaluated this potential investment with other alternatives. That is a very common way companies, especially that have $10 billion in sales, go through a process of deciding where to make an investment. For their own internal reasons, they concluded it was better to stay in Houston, apparently, make an investment in an existing site, not incur the cost of relocating probably thousands of employees to another property.
So are you assuming that? Is that exactly what they told you? Which one? Are you assuming, or is that what they told you? Which one?
I believe there was some information shared with us that.
You believe?
Yes.
You're not sure?
I'd have to go back and look at my
Okay, so
records.
you don't really know if they said that or not, but you just know that at the end of the day, that they decided that they no longer want
That's
to
right.
be-
It was
Because
nothing that we-
Because I would think, and not to cut you off, I would think that they had looked over all of the information and studied everything that they needed to before they even decided to come to Shreveport. So I guess I'm a little concerned about the fact that they had put forward that great of effort, and at the end of the day, they said, no, we don't want to go. I don't understand.
That's not unusual at all. In many of our other properties, we have tire kickers, if
Well,
you
we're
will.
not talking about the many other, we're only referring to.
I think the
that we
facts
talked
speak
about
for
in July.
themselves.
What was that?
The facts speak for themselves. They came here, they looked at the facility, did a
But we
thorough
don't have any
review.
facts that they said that, do we?
No,
We're
no,
just
no,
assuming
I guess,
that they
no,
said-
I'm concluding that based on the facts we do know, which is they came here, they evaluated the property and made a decision to do something else.
Did you all try to reach out to them, to encourage them, to let them know whatever it was, that you all would be willing to work with them to make sure, in order to make sure that that property is just not sitting out there, you know?
My-
And
my-
that space is not being utilized? Did you all attempt to do anything?
My recollection is that LED led that project, and
So
we...
you don't know what they said?
My
about it?
recollection is that we did not speak to them directly, but we provided whatever information we were asked to provide, so the state could make a coordinated proposal to this prospect.
Did you all get in touch with the state to make them aware that there had been some concerns? Evidently, there were concerns that
Representative
they
Norton,
chose.
let me go ahead and just point out that we actually have Louisiana Department of Economic Development that'll be testifying here as part of the agenda, so they'll be able to answer your question.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
because I think if someone chooses to come to our community in our city, and they want to play a part in, you know, making sure that their jobs here, their revenues, and they're putting money back into, you know, to the market, I would think that it would be important enough for you all to reach back out to them to see if there were anything that you all could do on your part to make sure that, you know, that they were comfortable. But what I'm hearing here is that there was some unbalanced consensus here to where they wasn't given a fair chance, and I certainly wouldn't want to think for a half a second that we here in the city of Shreveport are turning businesses away and not opening up our doors, allowing them an opportunity to come in here and be a part of this family. Thank you, Mr.
We
Chairman.
view ourselves as partners with not only the state, but the parish and local community leaders, and we did cooperate and will cooperate.
Well, it sounds like there's something wrong here today, because we're having this meeting, and this meeting is validating that something didn't go right. Other than that, we will not even be here. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr.
Mr.
Norton. Representative Jenkins.
I would think a letter such as this November 14, 2013 letter would warrant some kind of response from Racer. So I would ask you, and maybe you want to consult with your attorney, if there was a written response or communication to this letter, are you willing to furnish it to the committee?
Of course. Yeah, I will definitely look in the records to see if we ultimately did receive this and if we provided a response. But I would point out that the North Louisiana Economic Partnership is also the same organization that sent us a letter endorsing the Elio transaction and urging us to sell the property to Elio and IRG in the
Well, I understand some representatives will be here from the North Louisiana Economic Partnership, but if there's a written response to this.
Sure, no, I'd be happy to look at our records.
Members on the committee want to know as to how Racer responded or reacted to.
Absolutely, Representative, I'd be happy to look at that.
Thank you, Representative Jenkins. If there are no other questions, committee members, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Just very briefly. Number one,
Briefly, please, sir.
And I will, very briefly, just for the record. Neither the City of Shreveport or the North Louisiana Economic Partnership or the Louisiana Economic Development Department were first chair, Mrs. Zablocki, in this situation. And so any expressions of support that were received came as a result of solicitations that came from the Parish of Caddo and from the Racer Trust. None of us were in a position to be able to have access to the information that was necessary in order to be able to make informed decisions. That's point number one. Number two, right now, Racer Trust has property that's actually being facilitated by former colleague, mayor of Indianapolis, where you are going through essentially an RFP process to repurpose a 150-plus acre former stamping plant near downtown Indianapolis.
Yes, sir.
You're actually accepting requests or proposals from entities out there to put forth their best offer, their best bid, their best concept in terms of what they would look to do with those assets. Why was that not a consideration for Shreveport? Question number one. Last question. You referenced, as this process moved forward, the options available to the Racer Trust at the time were either Elio or demolition companies. There are more than a few folks, those are your words, your words, Elio, a demolition company. There are more than a few folks here, some of whom will testify today, that they were told by Mr. Rasher and other representatives of the Racer Trust that if you guys at the Parish of Caddo don't sign off on this transaction as we have laid it out for you, then what we're going to do is to demolish it.
I can
Tear
tell
it
you.
down for scrap value. Now, respond to that, and then also.
Would you like me to respond?
No, I want you to respond
Okay.
after I get the last one out, because I want to honor this chairman and not abuse the generosity he's given.
Thank you.
The last point, I cannot allow you to take advantage of your dialogue with Representative Norton. 6-week time period in between this letter being sent to the Racer Trust and the December 27th sale. The decision for Project Phoenix was not finalized within that 6-week time frame. That decision was made well into 2014. Yet, despite having received this correspondence, and to my knowledge, without any written response of any sort from the Racer Trust, on the 27th of December 2013, the Racer Trust still moved forward with the execution of this sales transaction from the Racer Trust to the Shreveport Business Park that eventually ended up Caddo Industrial Board and being leased back to the Shreveport Business Park. Why would you make that decision, given
I can
the
tell
gravity
you.
of the information contained?
I can tell you we would not have sold the property without the strong support of the Parish Commission, the LED, and other local stakeholders. The state of Louisiana offered Elio a $150 million incentive package. That is a strong indication of the state's support for that project. Despite the apparently North Louisiana Economic Partnership potentially changing its view, the Parish Commission, the IDB, continued to support the Elio transaction. In terms of the demolition, I can tell you with firsthand knowledge that we never, within Racer, considered or had any discussion about a potential demolition scenario for this site. You yourself pointed out the massive investment that General Motors made since early 2000 here. This is a valuable asset. We would have not made that poor of a decision to demolish this type of a property that was one of the most modern manufacturing
Use
sites.
that as a cudgel on the leadership of the Caddo Parish Commission and the Caddo Industrial Development Board to convince them to go along with this Elio scenario rather than standing up to you all and saying we want to pursue better, more substantive options. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Glover. Thank you, sir. I believe that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Representative Pugh.
Yes, from now on, I'd like for us to move to the 3-minute rule.
All right, I have a motion by Representative Pugh to move to the 3-minute rule. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we'll move to the 3-minute rule. Next presenter would be the administrator of Caddo Parish, Dr. Woodrow Wilson.
Good morning, Representative Carmody and the Commerce Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And thank you for being here because this is a very important topic for the community and the IDB board as well as the Parish Commission. And in your package, I did provide you all a flow chart. And I'm not trying to lawyer up, but I like to get my chief legal counsel to come forward and give you a chronology of events from our first interaction with Racial Trust up to our present time. At this time, I'd like to have Ms. Donna Frazier come forward. I'll give you a chronology of events, and I'll be available to answer whatever questions you may have for me.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Frazier, if you'll please identify yourself.
My name is Donna Frazier. I'm the Caddo Parish attorney.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. And what I'd like to do is kind of start from where Mr. Zablocki left off. As you've already heard, in March of 2011, Racer acquired the GM plant. And the plan was that Racer would seek a partner to ensure that the site was maintained as a job-creating asset. The plant was in production until June of 2012. Local elected officials at that time understood that some previous Racer deals had resulted in demolition and site clearance, and so there was some concern at the time that that would happen with the site here at GM. And there was a time, I believe, that commission members and some staff members had been told that if Racer did not get anyone into the plant relatively quickly, that the plant would be demolished.
Can you identify who told you that?
I cannot identify that. That was just communicated to me as we were preparing to negotiate. But I believe that there may be some persons here. Perhaps Dr. Wilson can speak to that.
Thank you.
And as you all know, a demolition of the plant would greatly diminish any hope for obtaining any jobs out there. So during the talks with Racer, Racer introduced Paul Elio and his company, Elio Motors, to parish officials. Initially, Elio sought to purchase the plant and sought a cash investment from the parish to do so. However, the Louisiana Constitution requires that for local governments to be able to invest in economic development projects, they must have an expectation of receiving a return equal to or greater than the amount invested. And at this time, Elio was a startup company. There was virtually no way to ensure that the parish would recoup its investment. And so upon advice of counsel, that avenue was rejected. One thing that I would like to note for the committee is that at this time, as Mr. Zablocki stated, Racer had already sold the equipment inside of the plant to Elio Motors, subject to their financial terms. So any agreement to be entered could not include that equipment. It had to be subject to the agreement that was already in place. At this point, Racer introduced Stuart Lichter to the parish, and we continued negotiations. Mr. Lichter had been vetted by the parish, had been vetted, of course, by Racer Trust, and was a known and successful real estate developer. And so therefore, council recommended to parish officials, if they wish to invest in the GM plant, that the best avenue might be to do so through Mr. Lichter's companies. Mr. Lichter's companies, of course, had also been seen to have the wherewithal to repay the parish's investment. And so after many months of negotiation, the following deal was reached. Caddo Parish, through a cooperative endeavor agreement with the Industrial Development Board, who has the ability to provide pilot financing, provided $7.5 million to the IDB to purchase the plant from Racer. And as you have been told, the actual transactional action was Racer to Shreveport Business Park, which was the Stuart Lichter company, and then the Shreveport Business Park sold that back to the IDB.
Can I stop you right there?
Yes, sir.
What was the necessity to have the Shreveport Business Park as I appreciated all these conveyances took place on the same day?
That is correct.
Then why would you need Shreveport Business Park in the chain of title?
Primarily for environmental purposes.
Liability?
Yes, sir.
So as part of the conveyance by Mr. Shreveport Business Park to our Caddo Parish Industrial Development Board, he retained the liability?
Yes, he retains some liability, and there are some covenants within the agreement that have Shreveport Business Park responsible for some of the environmental issues. Also, it would need to be conveyed back to the IDB for tax purposes, because there is a portion of the agreement that addresses that.
Thank you.
And the lease has the following terms, which I think are pertinent to understanding exactly who gets what under the lease. Under the lease, Shreveport Business Parks makes lease payments of $25,000 per month, and the rent increases to $60,500 per month starting in January of 2017. Shreveport Business Park would get a credit toward these rental payments, which are known as base rent, to the extent that it creates jobs by securing tenants. And the amount of the credit is $35,000 per $1 million of full-time payroll. Shreveport Business Park has an obligation to market the plant under the terms of the lease. Shreveport Business Park has to pay 100% of the cost of operating, maintaining, and insuring the plant. Shreveport Business Park has an obligation to pay 15% of any sublease payments net after paying its expenses. The IDB has to give the option to Shreveport Business Park to purchase the project at any time for the $7.5 million that was expended, plus 8% interest dating back from December 27th of 2013. If Shreveport Business Park becomes the owner prior to December 27th, 2018, and sells to a third party, then it has to pay 10% of the sale price in excess of $7.5 million.
Can I ask a question?
Excuse me, ma'am. Representative
Is there
Scott.
anything in there that keeps them from selling to a demolition company?
There are covenants within the lease that have to do with the marketing of the plant. So basically, there are provisions that keep them from selling during that first 5 years, kind of a discouragement to do a quick sale to anybody, because then they would have to turn around and pay X number of dollars to the parish, as well as the $7.5 million, or to the IDB, let me say that.
So there is nothing that stops them from selling at some point to a demolition company?
Not after the terms of those first 5 years have been expended, or so.
And the 5 years commenced when?
December of 2013. However, as a caveat to that, the December date is what is in the lease.
Yes, ma'am.
But as Mr. Zablocki mentioned, there was a 6-month option before actually the term started running to allow LED to try to get another deal into the plan as well.
But that didn't extend his 60-month period. It just took out the first 6 months he didn't pay anything, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Cool.
Having the IDB holds the property allows no taxes to be paid. However, beginning in 2026, if the IDB still owns the plant, Shreveport Business Park will make a payment in lieu of taxes equal to the full amount of property taxes that would be otherwise due. So basically, what the deal does, or what the deal did from Caddo Parish's perspective, was have an opportunity to ensure, at least for a certain period of time, that the plant was not demolished, so that it would still exist to have an opportunity for jobs to come there, and to ensure that the $7.5 million invested would be recouped, even under the worst case scenario, say that no jobs were developed there. The $7.5 million plus interest would be able to be recouped by the taxpayers. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Members?
Just for the record, you say that this process started under a threat of demolition,
Yes.
but you're not in a position to be able to articulate exactly what that means.
My understanding is that it was communicated to parish officials that if,
Who? Which parish officials and by whom?
my understanding, I believe Dr. Wilson has knowledge of that.
So is you saying that you prefer Dr. Wilson to answer that question?
Yes, because my knowledge is just haven't been communicated as to some of the reasons behind the deal.
Jim?
Thank Dr. Wilson.
Yeah, Representative Glover, as my understanding, when we met early on in discussion with Mr. Rasher, one of the terms that if we did not pursue this course, The other option was to demolish the plant to get the salvage value, which was at that point was 8.5 million. So that was said.
So your testimony is that Bruce Rasher said to you in your position as Caddo Parish Administrator,
Yes, sir.
go along with this Elio scenario and RG, or we will seek demolition of the plant.
He didn't quite say go along with the scenario. He's saying your options are limited. You can choose this path. The trust could go on and demolish the plant and take the salvage value out of it. So he didn't coerce me to say we need to go along with this plan. As an option expressed by him, it was one of demolishment of the plant.
So you can either eat crap or I'm gonna blow your brains out.
Mr. Glover. I heard a lot of words in this room over 2
Yes,
terms
sir.
on the Shreveport City Council.
Yes, sir.
But let's try to be
I'm
civil.
sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
Comedy, I'm just wanted to make sure that the packet that I sent to you earlier
Yes, sir.
included my letter to Mr. Bruce Rasher dated September 15th, 2011, where we outlined what the community desired to have in the plant, which was to remain an auto manufacturing
Correct.
plant, to maximize the facility and create jobs. So this discussion preceded the closure of General Motors, as you can tell.
Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms.
based on the statements by Mr. Wilson, as Parish Administrator in his capacity, I would say we expedite with the testimony from the other folks who are here, but I'd also like to, at the appropriate time, make a motion that we reconvene after subpoenas have been issued, requesting or subpoenaing the appearance of Mr. Rasher and Mr. Laws and anybody else that we might be counseled to subpoena at a future date.
I'm going to take your motion under advisement right now, but I'm going to allow Dr. Wilson to finish his testimony.
Yeah, well, that's all I have, sir, unless you have any questions for me.
Does any other member of the committee have a question?
I do.
Yes, sir. Representative Lyons.
Representative Lyons.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if you were the one to ask this question, but according to testimony I heard earlier, the equipment was sold for $8 million?
No, sir. I understand that the deal with the trust was extensively more than $8 million.
Okay. So does anyone have just two portions, the appraised value of the equipment and also the appraised value of the remaining site as it is now that's not occupied, and including, I guess, the entire site? Before all this took place, the appraised value of it?
I think the equipment was a separate transaction altogether with the trust, and between the trust and Elio Motors. So we weren't privy to that knowledge.
And let me make sure I understood. Didn't you say that it predated all of this?
Yes.
Okay, so then the equipment that we're talking about, this was before the parish entered into its ownership of the.
Sold by GM.
It was sold by General Motors. Yes, sir.
Just
No.
correction,
I'm sorry.
it was sold by Racer.
Sold by Racer. Thank you for the correction.
And I will note that the value that we worked with which were some bids from demolition companies, it was $8.5 million for the building and the equipment. Those
All of
quotes
it.
included the equipment.
Movables and immovables.
Yes.
It did
$8.5 million.
It did not include the robotics. That was a separate deal altogether.
Okay, I was just curious 'cause I saw all that robotics equipment there this morning. I was wondering what the estimated value of it was sitting there, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Lyons. No further questions? Thank you very much. That will then move us to our chairman of the Industrial Development Board of Caddo Parish, Gart Waite.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Still morning, isn't it?
Could you please identify yourself for the committee?
Yes, I'm Gard Wade, Chairman of the Industrial Development Board of Caddo Parish. Mr. Chairman and members of the House Committee, thank you for inviting the Caddo Parish Industrial Development Board to this meeting and giving us the opportunity to present these remarks. The Industrial Development Board of Caddo Parish was created in 1973 under a general state law that allows parishes and municipalities in Louisiana to create such entities. IDBs in Louisiana are nonprofit public corporations, but are not political subdivisions and do not have taxing authority. The IDB is governed by a volunteer board of directors, the 11 members of which are appointed by the parish commission and serve overlapping 6-year terms. In the 1970s and the 1980s, the IDB was an active issuer of tax-exempt bonds for private businesses. But in the Tax Reform Act of 1986, Congress all but eliminated the authority to issue such bonds. The Caddo IDB, like other IDBs around the state, has been mostly inactive since then, except when they're requested to facilitate a payment in lieu of taxes, a pilot arrangement, as an incentive to attract new business or to expand or retain existing businesses. As you've heard, in March of 2011, the GM assembly plant in Shreveport was acquired by the Racer Trust as a part of its reorganization, with the plan that Racer would seek a business partner to help ensure that the site was maintained as a job-creating asset. After the Racer acquisition, the plant continued to produce vehicles until GM ceased operations in December of 2012 and vacated the plant. Local elected officials understood that some previous Racer deals had resulted in demolition of properties and site clearance, leading to concern that the same thing might happen with the Shreveport plant. So, in order to retain a measure of local control over the redevelopment of the plant, the Caddo Parish Commission voted to use $7.5 million of parish funds to acquire the plant. The parish then selected Stuart Lichter's company, Shreveport Business Park, LLC, as a partner in this endeavor based on the recommendation of the Racer Trust and the stated expertise of Mr. Lichter's organization as being, and I'll quote, nationally recognized as a leading force behind the adaptive reuse of commercial and industrial real estate throughout the country, solving some of America's most difficult real estate challenges. As a result of these negotiations, Caddo Parish and the Industrial Development Board entered into a cooperative endeavor agreement whereby the parish agreed to put up $7.5 million for the IDB to acquire the plant from Shreveport Business Park, which by then had acquired the plant from Racer, including the land and the buildings, but not including any of the machinery or equipment inside the plant. The parish designated the IDB to hold title to the parish in order to help insulate the parish from any liability arising from ownership and to facilitate future development at the plant. And the IDB, not being a political subdivision like the parish, has more flexibility than the parish does in any lease agreement or sale or other disposition of the plant for economic development purposes. IDB ownership also serves to keep the plant off the property tax rolls, providing another incentive for redevelopment. After acquiring title to the land and the buildings, the Industrial Development Board entered into the pilot lease, that's payment in lieu of taxes, with Shreveport Business Park, that delegated to Shreveport Business Park the responsibility of marketing the plant and finding suitable tenants that would provide a high level of quality jobs. The lease also requires Shreveport Business Park to pay 100% of the costs of operating, maintaining, insuring, securing, and marketing the plant, and to indemnify the Industrial Development Board against any liability arising from its ownership of the plant. Currently, Shreveport Business Park is paying over $200,000 a month for those items, for maintaining and operating and so forth. It is important to keep in mind that the IDB owns the land and the plant only at the request of the parish in order to insulate the parish from liability and to facilitate future development. The IDB is not and has never been actively involved in the marketing of the plant or in any negotiations or other activities relating to Elio Motors or any other potential users. It's always been the IDB's understanding that Stuart Lichter and his company have complete control over the redevelopment and marketing of the plant. And the IDB's only involvement will be to help facilitate any future sales or leases of plant property, or possibly in connection with incentives to attract tenants, such as pilot arrangements or tax-exempt bonds. Over the last 3 years, the Shreveport Business Park has actually been preparing the plant to be sold or leased to tenants, including removing and selling machinery and equipment, which equipment was never owned by the parish or the IDB. Hopefully, your tour of the plant this morning gave you a perspective on the sheer magnitude and the scale of this effort. During the lease term, which runs through the end of 2033, Shreveport Business Park is paying rent to the Industrial Development Board, $25,000 a month, and that $25,000 increases to $60,500 a month in January of next year, January 2017. Plus, they'll pay 15% of the net rent that Shreveport Business Park receives from Elio Motors or any other tenant as a sublease as a part of the agreement. On August 3rd, 2016, the IRG stated in a letter to the Industrial Development Board that they have not received sufficient sublease payments from Elio to trigger the 15% net rent payment to the Industrial Development Board. Most importantly to the Industrial Development Board and the Parish Commission, Shreveport Business Park is paying 100% of the costs of operating and maintaining the plant, including utilities, insurance, security, upkeep, and they're in perfect compliance with the lease agreement. When IDB sells the plant back to Shreveport Business Park under terms of the lease, the Industrial Development Board will transfer the purchase price back to the parish to reimburse the parish's initial $7.5 million investment, plus interest at 8% per year. And rental payments during the lease term will be included as a credit against the $7.5 million purchase price. Those are being held in escrow. Thus, the parish is expected to recoup its initial $7.5 million investment at the termination of the arrangement, plus interest at 8%, a significantly higher rate than they're earning on their cash investments. This concludes our presentation. Our longtime counsel, David Wolf of the Adams and Reese Law Firm in New Orleans, is here with me today, and David has worked with the IDB for 34 years. And together we'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Can I ask, I've got a copy of the lease agreement and agreement to issue bonds. Can you address the issuance of bonds? That's $40 million?
David, you want to deal with
that? Please identify yourself, sir, for the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm David Wolf, attorney with Adams and Reese in New Orleans. The reason that the lease agreement is styled that way is that the Industrial Development Board laws under which the IDB operates provides that the board can own property in connection with the issuance of bonds. In the past, these pilot arrangements where property tax exemptions were granted were attached to actual bond issues, and the board was organized originally to issue tax-exempt bonds for private businesses. They can't do that anymore under current federal law. But we still need to sort of respect the tie that the statute creates, which is that the ownership should be in connection with, in some fashion, the issuance of bonds. So the lease has provisions that wherein the IDB agrees, if Shreveport Business Park requests them to do so, to issue bonds in the future for improvements. No bonds were issued at the time of the signing of the lease. Okay. There are no current plans to issue bonds, But that intention and kind of agreement, sort of in the form of a cooperative endeavor reflected in the lease, is what sort of ties the ownership of the property to the potential issuance of bonds, and that sort of completes the circle that's required by the statute. So that's sort of part of the legal theory under which the IDB owns this property.
And Mr. Wolf, if I could ask you to please fill out a card for the committee so that we've got a record of it. But thank you for your comments. Committee members, anyone have any questions for either Mr. Wolf or for Mr. Wade?
I had one.
Representative Cox?
I heard you were in partnership with, when y'all decided to do this, you went in partnership with the...
With Caddo Parish.
Okay. Caddo Parish bought it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Caddo Parish bought it and transferred it to the Industrial Development Board.
Actually, what happened was there was a cooperative endeavor between the IDB and the parish. The cooperative endeavor basically provided that the parish would put up $7.5 million for the IDB to use to acquire the property from Shreveport Business Park. So instead of the property going from Racer Trust to Shreveport Business Park to Caddo Parish to the IDB, cooperative endeavor agreement sort of folded those last two steps into one. So the parish put up the money, and the IDB then used that money to acquire the property directly from Shreveport Business Park. That was the nature of the cooperative endeavor.
Thank you.
Representative Cox, thank you. Mr. Wolf, I do have a question though for you.
I have a question.
In the scenario that came together as this deal, is the Industrial Development Board of Caddo Parish basically a straw man holding the property for the taxpayers of Caddo Parish?
We're a conduit.
You're a conduit.
We're a conduit.
And
Yes, sir.
then the Industrial Development Board answers to the Caddo Parish Commission?
The Industrial Development Board is an independent, nonprofit corporation.
Yes, sir.
Its members are appointed by the Caddo Parish Commission.
Right.
But it operates independently, and in this case, it operates as a conduit to allow the Caddo Parish some insulation from liability, and also to make available some additional incentives that a government agency cannot offer.
Well, and I just point out this as being obvious. I know that part of your testimony here was that y'all are not a taxing authority.
That's correct. We're not taxing authority.
Except that you can work in reverse.
Yeah.
Because what you end up doing is, without being an elected official, you basically can forgive the payment of property taxes in Caddo Parish.
That's what the law provides. That's what the law allows.
Only through the authority that is given to you, I would guess, by our Caddo Parish Commission.
And by the state of Louisiana.
Okay, so...
Statute 51,
Yes, sir.
1151.
So I'm just asking a question. Periodically, then, you as the chairman, or whoever the current chairman of the Caddo Parish Industrial Development Board, comes and reports back to the Caddo Parish Commission?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, we let them know what's happening.
Okay.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right. All right.
To the degree that we know what's happening, because you understand that in this arrangement, the Shreveport Business Park does all of the leasing, all of the activity that's around filling that plant up with tenants.
It sounds to me like that they've got it lock, stock, and barrel. Yeah.
It's their deal. It's their
deal.
lease.
All right. I'm sorry. Representative Norton, you had a question.
I guess my question is, what extra part do you all play through this whole process?
We are a conduit, Representative Norton, that owns the property on behalf of the citizens of Caddo Parish, so that we can, by us,
I'm understanding.
Go ahead.
You all own the property. I was under the impression that the parish.
We have title to the property.
Y'all have
We
title?
have title to the property. We own the property under a cooperative endeavor agreement. We own the property so that the Caddo Parish has some insulation from liability, and also because an industrial development board can offer some incentives to a tenant or a prospective tenant.
Let me get a clear understanding here. The property out there does not belong to the parish. or does it belong to the parish and you all just a catalyst in the middle who is handling that property for them? We're trying to get the real ownership. Who is the real ownership?
Title to the property is in the name of the Industrial Development Board of the Caddo of Parish, Inc. That's a nonprofit.
Say that again.
It's in the name of the Industrial Development Board, not the parish. The Industrial Development Board's assets ultimately, if and when the board is ever dissolved, once all of the bond issues and other obligations are discharged, will revert to the parish. So if that happens before the end of this lease term, this property would revert to the parish. But the entity that owns the property, the legal entity, is the Industrial Development
Well, let
Board,
me
not
ask you this
Caddo Parish.
question. How did you all get ownership of the property?
The Industrial Development Board was asked by the parish
To do
to
what?
be the owner of the property
Why?
for 2 or 3 purposes. One purpose was so that the property would not be subject to property taxes. Had we not taken this last step of transferring the property to the IDB, then Shreveport Business Park would have owned the property and it would have been privately owned and subject to property
So
tax.
is the reason that they asked you all to take ownership so they wouldn't have to pay taxes?
That was
Because
partly
I'm
it.
listening at what you said.
Partly.
So.
The parish could have...
No. So if Caddo Parish has any property and they don't want to pay taxes on their property, all they have to do is get with you all and ask you all to put that property in you all's name, and that takes Caddo Parish out of the loop as far as the taxes. If it takes them out of the loop as far as the taxes, and you all have ownership, then why would we be discussing and getting reports from the parish when you all are the owners?
Well, you're correct that one of the powers that industrial development boards have in Louisiana is that their property that they own is exempt from local property tax. Public property is already exempt, so there'd be no point in the parish or a city or a school board or water district putting their property in the name of the IDB, of an IDB.
Well, I didn't say anything about
because their property is already exempt. But you're correct. One of the authorities that industrial boards have and that they exercise in Louisiana, not just Caddo, but in other places, is to take title to property that they can then lease to businesses. And as an incentive for the development of business, or redevelopment or retention of business, negotiate a payment in lieu of tax, a contractual payment in lieu of tax.
But they're not leasing this to you all. You say you own it, right?
In order to implement this structure, the property has to be sold to the Industrial Development Board in question. This is what happened here. The IDB owns this property. If you go to the public records, you'll see the property is in the name of the IDB. And because of that, the property is exempt from property tax. That was not the primary purpose of bringing the IDB in. That could have been done using the parish alone, because the parish's property is also exempt from property tax, and the parish is entitled to own property in connection with the issuance of industrial revenue bonds, just like the IDB is, under a different statute, but one that provides the same sort of payment in lieu of tax arrangements. So
not to cut you off, but let me ask you my last question, and I no disrespect to you, I appreciate that. I just wanted to know if the parish own the property, that you all own the property. So my other question to you is, if you all own the property, what part did you all play, what part do you all play as far as other companies coming in here and wanting to require that property, and what part do you all play?
In these pilot arrangements, industrial development boards are not active owners of the property. So the IDB does not have, and this is a normal structure in real estate transactions. The lessee, which in this case is Shreveport Business Park, has 100% of the responsibility of operating and maintaining the property. It's basically like their business. And the IDB gives them the authority to operate the business the way that they see fit. And their only obligation is to pay rental payment to the IDB and whatever contractual payment in lieu of tax has been negotiated. So the IDB is not an active issuer.
So you all don't have any say-so as far as on that
We do
level.
not have any control over
You
them.
only have a say-so as far as giving them the authority
Under
to be
the-
able to do what they need to do.
We're a conduit to achieve a purpose.
A pass-through that gives them the ability to market their property while being relieved, in this case, from the obligation of paying
And
local
what do
property
you all
tax.
get out of the fact that it's
Hopefully
in
we
you
get
all's name?
jobs.
What was that?
Hopefully we get jobs into that plant. That's our whole purpose.
So how are you all doing now with
We
getting
are all
jobs?
volunteers.
How are you doing now with getting jobs in there?
Well, probably this time next year, you will see that there's.
But what are you
jobs
doing
in
right now to get in? How many jobs have
there.
you
We
all?
aren't doing that.
Have y'all gotten any jobs in there?
We are not in charge of that, Representative Norton. We are not in charge of that.
But I thought you said that was- that's
We are
your-
simply a conduit to achieve a purpose, and Mr. Lichter's company has the responsibility and the authority to create those jobs.
Did you not say that your purpose for doing what you're doing is to get jobs in
Yes,
there?
ma'am.
And then I asked you how many jobs that you gotten in there, or how many jobs you were gonna get in there, but you said that's not your purpose, right?
I think others that are going to be testifying later.
Because I think
should
that's
probably
an
answer that
unbalanced
question.
statement there.
It's not our role to get the jobs, it's our role to enable someone to get those jobs and not tear down a,
So how are you all doing in that, on that level? How are you doing right now?
we have a lease. We have a lease.
And who is the
We have
lease?
someone that is actively in charge of that project and actively working to get people in it. That's our role. We have accomplished our role.
How long have you all had the role of being the owners?
That's
How
our-
long have you had?
Since
we had
December.
December of 2013.
And how many jobs has gone in there since 13?
So far, there aren't any. There are prospects.
That's
There aren't
kinda my
any
part.
jobs right now.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Norton. Are there any other questions for Mr. Wade or Mr. I'm sorry, Representative Glover?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
Guard, what was your capacity with the IDB in December of 2013?
I was the treasurer.
You were the treasurer.
Yes.
How would you characterize the IDB's due diligence with regard to this situation?
Our due diligence had to do simply with hearing the proposal from our attorney, listening to the proposal, and listening to the other parties' involvement and their characterization of.
Who were those other parties besides the attorney? I'm assuming by the attorney that was our dear friend, the late Ray Cornelius?
Ray Cornelius
Okay.
at that time.
All right.
And with David's firm.
Mhm.
And the parish, we always consult with the parish. LED was involved, Louisiana Economic Development.
They were part of the presentation that was done to you all prior to your decision to make
They were
your
not
vote?
part of the presentation, but they were part of the negotiation that went on before Ray presented it to us.
Okay.
And we asked Ray about Stuart Lichter, and we got the report on Stuart Lichter that had been vetted, and it was our attorney's recommendation, and he and David are both pretty smart fellows. They understand this business. They've been in it for 20, 30 years, and so we accepted their recommendation.
You also mentioned that it was your understanding that one of the reasons why it was important for the IDB to get involved in this situation was that there was a threat of demolition.
There
Is that
was,
correct?
Yes, there was knowledge, as would explain to us, there was knowledge that some of Racer's activities, some of their projects in the past had involved demolition and elimination of plants.
But now, you are a longtime businessman in this community, correct?
I am.
Been involved in everything from the JCs to the Chamber to the IDB. And someone says to you, with all the years of experience that you have, that here you have a plant that you know as a part of the business community has within the last decade been the recipient of well over $1 billion in capital investment. And they say to you that in our efforts to come and bring more jobs to Shreveport for the ones that were lost as a result of the closure of the GM plant, what we're telling you is that you go along with this startup company that has no history, no money, or we're going to demolish the plant. And your instinct, your gut doesn't tell you to hold up your hand and say, wait a minute, let's hold this train up a bit?
Well, Cedric, I wouldn't classify myself as an expert, but I have been to the School on Economic Development at University of Southern Mississippi, and I'm a graduate of the Economic Development Institute at the University of Oklahoma.
So you've just established your credentials. You're an expert.
When Ray, I'm not an expert, but I'm not totally unaware of economic development terms and traditions either. When Ray presented this to us, he indicated to us that it was believed by the parties who had made the negotiation that Stuart Lichter had the expertise that we were looking for, and that the Elio connection was only involved a third of the project, a third of the plant square footage anyway, but that Lichter should be able to fill up that over a period of time. He should be able to fill up that plant with good paying jobs. There were, as we went forward, other options that were considered. And they were brought, and we talked about them. And one of those was a proposal that I heard a lot of conversation about a while ago. And that was a company that wanted to come in and look at taking the whole plant. And all the parties agreed to take a step back. They made arrangements. And if I'm not mistaken, Elio even agreed to move to a different location in Shreveport so that that plant would be totally available to the other prospect. And LED and Caddo and all of the parties involved put together a 4-month option for that company that went to April 30th of 2014. That option was never exercised, and so it just went away.
And so you're saying that with that knowledge of that company and potential other companies like it coming forward and expressing interest in taking the entirety of the operations, that all of your years of training, experience, and certification didn't say to you, guys, let's press the pause button and
That's what we did. That's what we did, sir.
So between November, so within the 6 weeks of November 14th of 2013 and 2 days after Christmas, you've got both Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays in this 6-week span. You're telling me that you guys went through all of that due diligence.
Well, respectfully,
in that span of time before you decided,
respectfully, I think you've got your dates wrong. The option
No, Gart, I don't have my dates wrong.
Well, the
This letter is
option that
dated-
was presented
this
to
letter
us,
is dated November 14th of 2013. The sale of this property was executed on the 27th of December.
and on the 27th of December, there was an option that gave somebody until April the 30th of
So that we can
2014,
pursue
4 months.
a startup company with no funding because the guy says either do this, trust me, I can get it filled up, or the racer folks are gonna tear it down.
No, sir. No,
Okay,
sir.
I wanna be swift, so I'm gonna
Okay.
move on. Last question. Who's Mr. Shaw? George Shaw?
George Shaw? Oh, Ed Shaw?
Ed Shaw, I'm sorry.
Ed Shaw is a CPA who was the president of the IDB at the time of the lease agreement.
Shreveport Times front page story from Wednesday, May 7, 2014. In response to the question of what's the IDB's role in terms of the ownership of the GM plant. Quote, we haven't discussed any of that, IDB President Edward Shaw said, adding that it's because Caddo Commission handles all that business related to the plant. We're just a conduit. All right, in December, the board acquired the property. Mr. Shaw says, he's never spoken to Lichter. There was no discussion during the December transaction on how or if the committee would work with Lichter and the Shreveport Business Park to fill the space. Quote from Mr. Shaw, I probably signed a bunch of documents, but I don't know what all they were because my attorney was the one who kind of was telling me what to do, Shaw said, referring to Ray Cornelius, a New Orleans-based attorney. Doesn't sound like there was a lot of discussion, deliberation, or due diligence done.
Well, respectfully, if you look at our position as a conduit is simply to allow this to happen, and it is not our responsibility to make anything happen. It is our role to be a conduit and allow the IRG at Shreveport Business Park to perform their role.
Essentially to do what you're told.
We do what we're told.
And you will be told to do that by the Caddo Parish Commission.
We were told by those who
The Caddo Parish
negotiated
Commission was
that
told either do this or we're gonna tear it down.
they said they have vetted this,
Mr. Chairman.
they have vetted this proposal, and they thought it was a good one, and that there was no way that the parish could lose any money, and we would keep that plant from being torn down, and that, we were happy with that, and that's what we agreed to.
Mr. Wade, can I ask you, Mr. Wolf, could you provide a copy of the option letter that you referenced so that we would have that for the file.
Certainly, either I can do that or it's available with the
Thank you.
parish attorney's office.
Thank you. We'd like to have that as part of the report, please. We still have to hear from Industrial Realty Group, Shreveport Business Park, our Louisiana Economic Development, as well as the North Louisiana Economic Partnership, and Mr. Elio. I would ask that all those that are coming forward, please fill out a card identifying yourself and sign it so that we have it for our records. I'm sorry, next up is going to be Industrial Realty Group / Shreveport Business Park. We'd invited Stu Lichter, CEO.
Hi, my name is Onno Steger. I'm with IRG, Director of Leasing. Here today to, I think, clear up some of the issues. It was good to meet all of you on the tour this morning. I hope you enjoyed it. I found it informative, understanding the significant amount of work that we put into the plant, and got a little bit of vision of where we're going with it. A couple of things that I think we need to clear up today is who is IRG. I'll show you a short video on that because I think there's a lot of questions about who we are, what we've done, and the significant amount of jobs we've brought to projects just like this, all facing different challenges. And then I'll give you a short overview as best as I can because I am signed on NDAs with all the tenants that we are talking about, but I'll give you a short overview, the types of tenants, the issues with the tenants, some of the reasons that they haven't come to Shreveport, and then we can talk about any questions that you may have. Nathan, if you could kind of tee up a quick video on IRG.
All the vision.
IRG, all the vision of IRG.
What's so special about IRG is that we create opportunities and we solve problems. IRG is a full-service real estate company. We have purchased major corporate sites from some of the largest companies in the world.
We like to go in and find properties that we can rebuild and reuse. We feel like you're doing something. You're actually helping people and giving back to the community.
IRG raises the playing field for everyone.
The goal of IRG was designed to get all the players in it. We were able to create a campus that creates energy and synergy that allows everybody to feel like part of the team and growing in the right direction.
In addition to IRG doing the tenant jobs, it is clear that we look at genuinely cares about our business unit. Those create very practical functional space across. We're about to create large jobs and the services that we require thousands of jobs in plus. And it's really I always bring back every job that was lost to bring back a significant portion of those jobs that were lost, and in some cases a lot more than the jobs that were lost.
We have over 2,000 tenants in our portfolio. Not just the big ones, but also a lot of small tenants, a lot of startups, a lot of small businesses.
I would say that IRG and the people at IRG are extremely good at what they do. They offered us a great amount of expertise and understanding. We are, by many standards, I guess, a startup. And the folks at IRG, I think the experience that they are, the people that they are, with hiring these people, working with them every day, seeing their excitement and enthusiasm and interest in what we're doing and what they can do to help us.
We get the opportunity to really go in and solve problems in local communities through real estate and real estate services, and be able to do that in a complex way, come out with a solution that's great for the community, creates jobs in the community, that provides profits for our company, and a lot of the people that we work with.
You need to pull in experts like this
that had a vision that we didn't even come close to what the possibilities for the site could be. And when we just saw a touch of the what ifs for this facility, it completely blew our minds.
这个原来我对 IRG 公司不认识，后来我接触了 IRG 公司的，对 IRG 公司呢挺了不起的。那一天我跟那个老板见面讨论了一下的时候，他说他现在手上有1000万平方米的厂房，可以在几乎跟我投资的什么的，遍布在他整个美国。我认为这个从这里体现出犹太人的做生意的想法，对对对。
What's interesting to me is not just the real estate, it's the hope that's engendered in this community. It's the vision that it's given to other people to do other great things. And because IRG and the Pro Football Hall of Fame are dreaming big dreams here at the Pro Football Hall of Fame, other people are dreaming big dreams.
And every day is really good and exciting. And doing things valuable and important. So the work and companies, jobs, and you have a problem. So what more? So we die going to.
I hope that clears up kind of who IRG is. There seem to be a lot of questions about who we are and what we do. As to the marketing of this site, we have seen every major automotive manufacturer requirement that's come out last 3 years. Mr. Elio, who has a lease on the 1 million square feet, and each and every time has, under the condition that we would put them in a new facility, has stepped aside in order to help us and the state of Louisiana make the deal. I think that's significant to bring up because I've heard a lot of things that that's an impediment. It has not been an impediment. Mr. Elio has done it each and every time, and as we discussed, one of the large users, we stepped out of the way, gave them an exclusive right, and they decided not to move forward. It has been our experience that very large corporations, right, do not identify just one site and say we're coming in. It's not a good strategy to negotiate with anybody. But what they do often do is have an A, B, and C opportunity, whether that be generally a build-a-suit, whether they didn't come for logistics reasons, whether they didn't become because it was difficult to move headquarters personnel. Those things I don't know, but we stepped back from that situation, offered to sell and remove ourselves from that position and cooperate with the LED in order to do that. As I said, we've seen every major car requirement come. That is the highest and best used initially for this plan. As I've heard a number of times, GM put $1.1 billion in this opportunity in 2002, shut the production down in 2012, right? You have to understand that a lot of that was building and infrastructure, and the balance of it was equipment. 10-year-old, 12-year-old equipment in the automotive industry is not always very, actually, let's say it this way, it's usually functionally obsolescent by that point. And it would be the same thing as having a 10-year-old computer and think that it's cutting edge. That equipment was designed to produce 2 cars, the Colorado Canyon and the Hummer. And that equipment would not fit and would have to be retrofitted for any other use. We've removed that equipment from the facility, as you can see. We're prepared to move to the second stage, which is subdividing that building into smaller tenants. We have, in addition, in this time period, in the areas that Elio has not leased, right, spoken to a number of companies. Actually, we've actually flown a number of companies in here from our exclusive contacts around the country. In those occupations, which I'm sorry I can't disclose the company names, but there's been tractor manufacturers, personal vehicle manufacturers, electric military vehicle manufacturers, steel piping and stamping companies, parts suppliers, a bus manufacturer, a rail car manufacturer, a cotton and denim manufacturer, and significant number of logistics and warehousing companies. Our goal, because of the type of this plant, our goal, because of the type of jobs that are produced by manufacturing, was to stick with this manufacturing thought process as long as we could. So where our focus has been in the manufacturing field, as we've removed some of this equipment, it opens this facility up to warehousing. Currently, we have 4 LOIs out. 2 of those are manufacturing, 2 of those are warehousing and logistics. And we're working in final negotiations with a contract that we hope, it is in front of their board right now. We hope to have approvals in the next 2 weeks. And from those approvals, we'll see hundreds of jobs come to the facility.
Thank you, sir. Committee members, any questions for this gentleman? Representative Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed Mr. Bruce Rasher is in your promotional video.
Yes.
Can you list the other Racer Trust properties that IRG manages?
We have purchased from Racer Trust.
Or purchased?
Yeah.
Yes.
A number of other properties, I believe it's 4. I'm not in charge of that division, that area of the country.
So in addition to the Shreveport plant, you purchased 3 additional or 4?
I don't know that answer, 3 or 4 additional properties. With those properties, I think one of the things that keeps coming up is tearing down. In the time frame, in the economic climate that you're referring to that was taking place in the 2012-13 area, I think there were a lot of companies who scrapped the facilities instead of tried to repurpose them. And in that scenario, we never did. And we have never torn down a GM facility.
So there are 3 other Racer Trust properties, or former Racer Trust properties, that are owned now by IRG or some subsidiary thereof.
And repurposed them, yes.
But you're not familiar with those?
That is in another division, so I would hate to speak specifics on those.
As a part of the follow-up before we finish, I'd love for Mr. Zablocki rather, to be able to share with the committee exactly what those properties are and what type of experience they've had over the time period that they've been owned by IRG and managed by IRG. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I'm going to go ahead and beat some of the committee members to the punch because I know that they're all over the course of the involvement of Industrial Realty Group. And I assume you're an employee also of Shreveport Business Park, so you're standing here in front of us.
Yes.
How many jobs have been created there inside the building?
Very few at this point.
Very few as in less than 100?
Yes.
Less than 50?
Yes.
Less than 10?
No.
Less than 20?
You know, I don't know the exact number. I'm not, it's
don't
a
know the
property
exact
management
number.
discussion.
Okay.
There have been significant jobs,
Yes.
and I know where you're going with
Well,
this.
no, I mean,
in all actuality, we would like to have been more successful. The reality is
certainly.
everybody that drives a car doesn't
Right.
buy it.
Right.
Everybody that drives a car doesn't mean they can afford it as a
Correct.
test drive. And in this situation, we've been close. But these companies have had additional options and emphasized and taken advantage of those additional options. It isn't that we aren't trying. I think you heard today that it cost us over $200,000 a month.
Well, then the
Keep this plant operational. In addition to which, we've spent $1.5 million in additional improvements to the plant. And we will spend millions more to get this ready for additional tenants. So this is a process that we wish was quicker. But the people that we brought in, for some reason, made a different decision. We can't control whether they do or they don't, but we gave them the best opportunity to do it, and we have nationally done better than anybody else in repurposing these facilities, giving people the opportunity to do it in a very creative manner.
And I'm just trying to make sure I understand, though, then whatever number of employees are now under the roof of that facility are either employees of the Industrial Realty Group or Shreveport Business Park, correct?
Elio has a few employees there. You met them today.
And the only one that I met, of course, I guess, was Mr. Frick.
Mr. Frick, Colleen is there. I don't know Colleen's last name.
So there are 2 employees of Elio that are there.
That are stationed there full-time.
Okay, and then all the balance of the, however many are left, are employees with you?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
They're there in support and property management.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Norton.
Just piggybacking my colleague over here, both of them. I'm thinking that you made the statement that you're not sure if you all have 4 companies of you all have 3 companies. And I'm not asking you to validate that. I want to ask you something else.
Sure.
Related to those companies. Are there any tenants in those 3 or 4?
Yes.
Is there anyone in there right now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, or do you have any idea, those 3 companies or 4, what is the job status in there? Do they have people
I don't know the
working?
exact job status. You saw Fial, which was in here as an
I'm
auto
sorry,
glass
I
manufacturer.
didn't understand.
In the video, you saw Fial, which is an auto glass manufacturer. They're in one of the plants that I believe is a Racer Trust asset or a Ford asset, and I'm not sure which. There are significant employment in a lot of those plants, yes.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question here. Hypothetically, you can answer me that way. Do you know, out of all of those companies, the 3 or the 4 or whatever, do you all have 100 people to make up those 3 or 4 companies, or do you have less than 100? Because the only reason why I'm asking you is because, and I apologize, I'm bad on names, but one of the presenters that came up earlier made reference to the fact that, you know, that they wasn't responsible for this or they wasn't responsible for that, and I heard you say the same thing again. But I guess
Well, but those are outside the scope of what we're talking about, but I do understand where you're going.
Let me finish
Sure.
first. No disrespect to you. I'm just trying to get a consensus of, if you have these buildings and there are tenants in those buildings, I'm just trying to see, are we really doing anything here if all we have is 25 people working with 3 companies or 25 people working with 2 companies? I'm just saying, how are we going to get ahead here? What do we need to do? What processes do we need to put in place in order to validate what we're doing here in this community and in this city?
Absolutely. Just so you know, we count our success the same as you, one job at a time, because then that makes us successful.
Well, you don't count
and
the
it's
same
good
as
for
me,
the
because I
community.
would count 50. It's good.
Well,
Anything under 50 may not be good.
And I hope that we very shortly can announce that we are bringing hundreds of jobs to the site.
Can you
with
tell
this
me
group.
a percentage in the 3 companies or what you think you have hypothetically?
Would you like a number? Or
Yes,
are you
sir.
saying a number?
Yes, sir.
I believe the glass plant is over 500 employees.
And what's the name of that? plant?
Fial.
Who?
F-A-U, Fial.
Fial. And it's located exactly where?
Moraine,
Where?
Ohio. Moraine, Ohio.
No. I'm interested in Louisiana right now, what we have in Louisiana.
Okay.
That's going to help me out better. So what can
We don't
you tell
have
me
any-
about a number in Louisiana?
We don't have any other assets
in
in Louisiana.
Shreveport? Huh?
So if you're asking the question just in Shreveport.
Yes, sir.
As I answer this company, we don't have any employees beyond, right, the employees we use for property management, and to my knowledge, that Elio has 2 that are based here full-time.
So, am I hearing you correct, that we only have 2 employees
Yes.
out of 3 companies, or out of 2
No,
companies, or out of 1
There's
company?
only one in Louisiana. ma'am.
One
I
company?
think that's where, yeah, the Shreveport Business Park, we're just talking about that. It's the only asset in Louisiana that we have.
Okay, so the other 2 or 3 companies you was making reference
It
of,
was a
they are
question
not,
to,
they are
had
not
we
in
purchased
Louisiana.
Racer? Had we purchased assets from Racer before, I believe was the question. Yes, we have.
Okay, but they're not
But in
in
another area of the country.
Oh, okay, they're not in Louisiana.
Correct.
Okay, but in Louisiana, we're still,
We still have just
Trying
one
to
site,
work
which
through
is the
it.
Shreveport Business Park.
do you have any other interest as far as other companies may have gotten in touch with you all that may have said that they are interested in coming here?
Yes.
To maybe use up some of the space that we have?
Absolutely, absolutely. We have right now 4 letters of intent, which is
4
the
letters of
same
intent.
as offers out to people to lease space.
And the closing date to say yay or nay will be when? What are
That
we
would
looking
really
at?
be up to the company. We have not put a hard date on it because we're trying to attract companies.
So are you looking at the next 3 months? You looking at this year, or are you looking at something next year? I'm just trying to get some kind of consensus of where
One
we're
of the
going.
companies, the start date would be the end of the first quarter.
The end of the first quarter?
Of 17. There is a couple of the companies that would move faster. But we're kind of bound by what their requirement is. It isn't a timeframe we determine.
What their requirements are?
Yeah, what their requirements are. The company comes in and wants to lease space, has a set of parameters or what we call a requirement.
So we don't have anything like that available right now, of what their requirements are?
Not that I can talk about.
Okay.
Right, and
Not
I
that
showed
you
you
could
that,
talk
but I
about.
do have, I think if you heard the end of it, we do have somebody that is very close that has indicated to us they would make a decision in the next 2 weeks, and we have trade contracted, has gone to their board.
Can we tell who they are? Is it a secret?
No, we can't, I'm sorry, we can't tell.
It's-
Companies don't
It's
like
not
to get,
100% that they are coming, it's just 50,
until they make
60.
the final decision. We have an agreement in front of them, until they make
And
the
in 2
final
weeks, we'll
decision.
know?
We hope to, that's the time frame that they had given me.
Okay, I'd like to get your
Sharing that
card,
with
so I can call you to see if they come.
I'll give it to you right now.
That way I can call down to Baton Rouge and let them know we got somebody coming.
Thank you, Mr. Norton.
Certainly do appreciate it. Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Jenkins.
I just want to get a little clarity. Since IRG has been involved with the General Motors plant, did I understand you to say that there's been a number of companies like a tractor manufacturing company, a bus
Yes.
manufacturing company, but it just didn't work out with those companies?
Yes, they, generally when large corporations have requirements, it's a huge commitment. I mean, if you look at the cost of just running this plant, I think we talked today, it's $60,000 a month just to the electric. And I checked on the way in here, the lowest in this past year has been $49,000 and the highest was $63,000. So the cost of running this is $200,000 plus a month, in addition to payments that we're making to the IDB and the parish. So when companies make a decision to come into an area like this as a larger corporation taking a larger, it's a significant commitment. They look at many things. They look at logistics, they look at the cost of operating facilities, they look at all those kind of things. So we have brought companies in here, right? Some of them had a requirement for other portions of the country, right? Which we, if they did want to come here, we actually flew them in. To give them an idea of what's here and the assets and how wonderful this community is and how strong the opportunities are here.
Now, I understand. Let me just kind of get to what I'm really trying to find out. Has all of that been the result of the efforts of our IRG, or has other entities such as the North Louisiana Economic Partnership or our local chamber, has any of those entities referred companies that you all have considered?
Absolutely.
So that has transpired?
Yes, absolutely. The Economic Development Group has been very helpful, has brought a number of companies to the table, which we have worked with.
Well, I just want to be sure because, one of my concerns was whether or not some of those entities and companies that they're referring, are those companies being considered by IRG? Is there something blocking?
There is nothing blocking. As our budget, it's over $200,000 a month, and our budget, in budget is closer to $2 million, right, to carry this every year, right, in order to get, we've worked very closely hand in hand to get any jobs that we can.
All right, because generally, it needs to be a
It is absolutely. Absolutely, because everybody benefits, and we are very happy and work with closely the economic development groups here.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, I appreciate it. And just to clarify, under the terms of the agreement, the lease that is held by Shreveport Business Park, it is within their full discretion to approve or disapprove any potential tenant, correct?
It is.
Yes.
But it wouldn't make much sense to do it, given
No,
the
I
fact that it's $2 million a year to run the facility.
Right, I mean, you could very well be offered an exorbitant amount of money to some user that you would say, I don't even want to be affiliated with them, and therefore I'm exercising my discretion to say they're not going to lease this property, or sublease property from me.
I think that would be a very poor choice by anybody's standards.
But they have the discretion. Or I should say, y'all have the discretion.
That would be the lack of, I think that would be the lack of discretion.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, the bottom line in all of this is that we're trying to make sure that we facilitate the creation of jobs, which is what your charge is as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
We are on the same page.
Any other questions?
When I asked you this morning about the painting facility, and you said, it's outdated or whatever else.
Yes.
And I've dealt with John Deere and different factories I've been in over the years. Is that a big, did we not do something earlier about changing or updating or whatever? It doesn't sound like anybody uses this process anymore of what was left there when they vacated the building.
There was a number of groups that came in the automotive industry that tried to make it work and would have accepted it as a startup. Ultimately, what they would have done was, as told to me, ultimately what they would have done was try and get this up and running on a temporary basis And my understanding, that was GM's thought at the end, was to run it and then build a new paint plant.
So basically, what you have out there is outdated. Nobody's interested in using whatsoever for a paint facility.
They are not, and that has actually been removed, so we are in the next phase where we can actually multi-tenant that building. I think
You've removed everything that...
all the metal, right, all the paint areas. Yeah, as we discussed, GM had the ability to produce 65 cars a day in that facility. And because of its size, there are tremendous inefficiencies unless you can get to that number. And as we found, as we worked through this, that most of the companies who showed interest were talking about somewhere in the 16 as a ramp up and 6 initially. They were more smaller companies. There was one that was larger that could use it, but their vehicle didn't really fit for their paint process in it. They'd hoped to do some changes to it. But their long-term goal, and they asked us to participate, was to eventually tear that out and build a new plant, a new paint plant in conjunction with what you saw in General Assembly and what you saw in stamping.
So basically, you have a dinosaur there as far as the car industry.
It is, and as we brought these companies in, everybody wanted to see it, even parts manufacturers. It was too big and it was so inefficient to run. I think that 60% of the electric that came out of the power plant and substation there went to just run this paint facility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask something real quick? I mean, just one question based on something you asked. I just want to be sure.
Representative
I just want to be sure. IRG has not declined to consider any potential company coming into the plant that's been referred by other entities such as our chamber or North Louisiana Economic Partnership. Yep. Has there been some referrals and you guys just simply said we don't want to consider those? I thought I had it, then I lost it for a minute, so just explain.
Okay, yeah, no, that's a great question. The answer is no. To that, I will say there was one so small that we weren't able to accommodate them.
Okay.
It was 5,000 feet, and if you toured the plant today with 5,000 feet, I can't get you near an office and within 400 yards of a bathroom. That was designed as a single-tenant facility. And in that situation, having a client of that size is also, when you bring a large corporation in, they want to have some control of the site. And so they were too small. So it was the only reason that we rejected that offer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Jenkins. Any other questions? There being none, I do need to ask you.
I will,
sir,
yeah, I'm
if
sorry,
you
I
will.
have one here and I will fill it out immediately.
Thank you very much. That then brings us on our agenda to Louisiana Economic Development. And again, I would ask Mandy if you would please fill out a card. Thank you. You've got yours already done. If you'll please identify yourself.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. Mandy Mitchell, Assistant Secretary, Louisiana Economic Development. I am standing here today on behalf of Secretary Pearson, who sends his regrets for being unable to be here today to discuss this very important issue with you due to a scheduling conflict. So Secretary Pearson has asked me to affirm before you today LED's commitment in working with the parish, the city, our local economic development partners, IRG, and other stakeholders in securing a project that will locate at the former GM facility. It is our plan to continue our rigorous efforts to grow the available quality jobs here in Caddo Parish, the Northwest Louisiana region, and the state as a whole. I've also been specifically instructed to walk you through the various projects that LED has attempted to secure for the former GM facility from 2013 to present. With me today is LED Project Manager Jason Newell, who will ensure that I keep the facts straight as I do that. So since 2013, several projects have shortlisted the facility. However, to date, we have not yet been successful in securing a project for various reasons. And we do have an ongoing current recruitment effort, and I'll mention that in a second. So starting back in 2013, our first attempt to land a tenant there was Project Phoenix. And this was a very large HVAC manufacturing company. Their capital investment was in the neighborhood of $250 million, and the direct and indirect jobs together totaled 6,800, give or take. And so ultimately, as has been mentioned, the company chose to consolidate their location and expand their operations at a site in Texas. That recruitment effort ran from November of 2013 to April of 2014. The next attempt, Project Tabasco, ran from June of 2014 through October of 2014. The capital investment on this particular project was estimated to be $1 billion, and the direct jobs associated with this project range from 1,000 to 3,000 jobs, and then the indirect jobs range from 1,000 to 3,200, and this was an automotive manufacturer. Ultimately, this project chose to locate their facility in Europe. Yes.
I'm sorry, Mandy, I could not hear what you said. What was their proposed investment?
$1 billion,
$1
their
billion.
capital, yes,
Yes,
sir,
ma'am.
$1
Thank you.
billion with a B.
Thank you.
And I'll make sure to speak into the microphone.
Yes, ma'am, please.
The next recruitment effort is called Project 8, and this one ran from January of 2015 through June of 2015.
Give
And
that name again.
Project 8. And there were
Number 8.
two, yes. And there were two options under this project, a smaller scale and a larger scale as it pertains to their capital investment. So it ranged from $30 million on the low end to over $450 million on the high end. And the jobs ranged from 1,000 to 2,700, well, 2,800 jobs. Again, this was an automotive manufacturing company, and this company ultimately chose to expand their existing footprint in California. LED's next attempt was Project Robin, which ran from March of 15 through December of 2015. This was also in the automotive manufacturing sector. The capital investment for this particular project was estimated at $810 million with 4,500 direct jobs. Ultimately, this company chose to locate in Nevada.
Excuse me. Could
Yes.
you tell me how many jobs again? I thought you said 48 million.
4,500 direct jobs for Project
4,500.
Robin. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I'm coming to a close on this. Project Cosmos was a recruitment effort that ran from October of 2015 through May of 2016. This was also in the automotive manufacturing sector. The capital investment for this project was $560 million, and the direct jobs associated with it was 2,200, and then another 3,200 estimated indirect jobs associated with this project. And again, this is one that is still ongoing, but our sense is that the likelihood is that Louisiana will not ultimately be selected. But we are continuing our efforts with Project Cosmos. Lastly, Project Rail, which is an ongoing effort that began in May of 2016, is related to storage and accessorizing and logistics of automobiles. And so this project, the capital investment ranges in the neighborhood of $30 million, and there are 400 direct jobs associated with that particular project. And I do want to mention that we all should keep in mind that there are a myriad of reasons, of factors that weigh into a company's site selection decision, as has been mentioned previously. The overall cost of doing business in Louisiana, including the overall tax burden and real estate costs, real estate acquisition costs, access to robust transportation options, so that they can move their products, workforce issues, suitability of sites, and quality of life issues. In two of the aforementioned recruitment efforts, the inability to negotiate an acceptable lease agreement was one of the reasons that came back to LED as feedback. And I'll just sort of reiterate what Mr. Steger mentioned, that the carrying cost of the facility could have very well played a role in that situation. Now, Mr. Chairman, you had asked for incentives offered for each of those projects, and what I can tell you from generally is that for each of these projects, with the exception of the ongoing recruitment effort, the incentive package included a performance-based grant. It also included the quality jobs payroll rebate incentive and the industrial tax exemption. So those three are the key components in varying dollar value amounts based upon the ROI, the return on investment back to the state. So I want you as committee members to rest assured that the state put its best foot forward on each incentive package for each of these potential projects while protecting the taxpayers' investment by ensuring a positive return on investment for the state. So as you can see, LED and our regional partner NLEP have worked nonstop towards securing a project for the former GM facility. As previously stated, we look forward to continuing to work with the parish, with the city, with our local and regional economic development partners, with IRG, on securing a project that is the absolute best for the community. I do want to clarify two things before I conclude. Because the state's incentive offer to Elio was previously mentioned, I do want to clarify that Elio was not offered any upfront incentives or grants from the state. Elio's incentive package included the competitive projects payroll incentive, which is another one of LED's payroll rebate programs. So they could have gotten or stand to gain a 13% payroll rebate on any jobs once that payroll is actually created. Fast Start, our workforce development arm, was also offered as assistance for Elio, and then the industrial tax exemption. So these are all incentives in which the benefits aren't realized until the jobs are actually created. Also, and I just want to point out this last thing, while LED does lead on recruitment efforts, we have no involvement, nor can we control the lease negotiations, and I think Mr. Chairman wanted me to answer that question as well, but we do help facilitate that process by bringing the parties together. So that concludes my remarks on behalf of Secretary Pearson, and I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have, but I will have to put out a disclaimer. I was not directly involved in any project negotiations, nor do I routinely get involved in that. I handle policy, legislative issues on behalf of the department, and so I have basically been downloaded as much information as possible to relate to you on behalf of the Secretary. But I'll do my best to answer any questions that you may have.
And Ms. Mitchell, this is just the nature of the change of administrations. We had requested of the prior Secretary of the Louisiana Department of Economic Development, Stephen Moray, to be here. He did send us a letter saying that he had a scheduling conflict.
Okay.
And I also did receive a call from Secretary Pearson saying that unfortunately he would not be able to attend, but that he would send his personnel, and here you are. So I believe that we have a question for you from Representative Cox.
So, I think you said, I heard earlier, and maybe I didn't understand, that Elio had $150 million from the state of Louisiana as some package. So there was nothing, no $150 million.
No, sir, that is not an upfront offer. That may be the dollar value of the incentives that the company stands to gain should the company actually create those jobs and commence operations. And those are back-end incentives.
And that's that 13% on the pay?
Yes, the competitive projects payroll incentive. It's a discretionary program, and it is reserved for highly competitive situations. And so what happened was the Secretary then offered Elio a 13% payroll rebate. And so essentially, by the term rebate, the payroll actually has to materialize for the company to begin. So those are back-end incentives.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes, sir.
So basically, because the way I thought it was presented, they were considered because this $150 million was up front. And okay, I'm glad you cleared that up for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Cox. Members, questions? Representative Norton, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell me a little bit about what type of relationship do the state have with any company that desires to come into our community? Are you all there from the beginning? You all there to the end? Because I'm still concerned about the fact of companies coming in and they deciding at the very last second that they choose not to, do business with Louisiana. So tell me, what's the state process of where do we come in at, and then where do we end at?
So it depends. LED, first of all, we have a proactive recruitment effort. We have a project management team and lead development team that is out there actually scouting for the types of quality jobs that we'd like to attract to the state. So sometimes it is a result of LED's proactive efforts. Sometimes it is a result of the regional economic developer. And so rest assured that NLEP, for example, which is our official regional partner, they're not resting on their laurels. They're making their own, doing their own business development efforts as well to go out and attract companies to the state. Also, sometimes companies approach Louisiana through site selection consultants. So these site selection consultants may, as was previously mentioned, look at 3 or 4 or 5 different states and then may narrow it down to Louisiana, and then we get they outreach to LED, and then we began those conversations to learn about the company, what they're offering, how many jobs, what's the capital investment, what's the viability of the company, and from there, an incentive package, if the return on investment is determined to be positive for the state, an incentive package is put together and offered to the company. But that company is weighing not just the incentive package, they're weighing other issues such as, as I mentioned previously, what's the workforce, what's the availability of the skilled labor or the high-end, high-tech capabilities in the area. What about transportation? Is there rail? Am I close to a waterway in case I need to ship my product internationally? Am I close to a port? So those are a number of different issues, items and issues go into a company's decision, but LED is sometimes on the front end, sometimes we get brought in after a company that has already reached out to another entity in the state. So it varies.
Okay, not to cut you off, but let me ask you this, and I'm thinking this will be my last question for you. Is it common that a company will come in and go through the process of looking at the facility and meeting and finding out all the information that they need, and then just walk away and not say anything to the state of Louisiana? Is that common or is that not common after you all have interacted with them? I'm just trying to see, how does that end process work when someone decides that I choose not to deal with, this community or this company, and I'm gone? Do they just walk away, or do you all
debrief the prospect to find out what was the hurdle that
we do, and sometimes they're forthcoming. Sometimes they're forthcoming with that information, and sometimes they aren't because they still have other states in consideration, so they may not want to divulge to us what specifically the issues were for the state of Louisiana. Jason may want to add just a little more to respond directly to your question, Representative Norton.
The reason I'm asking, I don't think in the world that we live in today that people have time to waste, and just to come here in the city of Shreveport in this community and go through this process and that and then just turn around and walk away. I'm more concerned about those who walk away. I'm certainly interested in the ones who stay, but I'm trying to see, is there a process that we can put in place if we not have a process in place that we can maybe meet with whoever that company may be, to let them know, well, maybe we can work this, maybe we can work that. If there are some things that they need that's not on the table, we can find out how we can work those things in order to keep them here.
That's actually what you just described is built into our process, our business recruitment and retention process. When we find that a company, we may be getting ready to get knocked off the list or eliminated, then we do try to look at all options. What else can we possibly offer without jeopardizing the taxpayer, the return to the taxpayer, because these are public dollars. And so that is a routine part of our process, that we don't just, you know, if company says I'm gone, we do put forth an effort. And we actually routinely also work with local and regional partners very, very closely. LED does not do business recruitment in a vacuum. We couldn't. There's no way that we could. We only have a staff of about 110, and we cover the entire state, and our regional partnerships are very critical as far as being able to reach out to local officials that have some decision-making authority over what a local community may be willing and able to offer towards an incentive package to try to lure a company to bring the jobs to the community.
Do you have any type of percentage? I know you just got there in January, but do you have any prior percentage of how many companies have walked away from Louisiana? Do you have anything in place right now where you maybe say we've lost 2, we've lost 3, whatever, anything on that number?
I could look into that for you.
Okay.
I don't know that we have a direct percentage per se of all of the recruitment efforts, but I mean, that is essentially what economic development is. We are going after as many quality opportunities as we can for all parts of the state, and you win some and you lose some. But rest assured, for the GM facility, we have worked nonstop, and we're still at it. We have an ongoing recruitment effort in trying to secure a company to locate there.
I just wanted, my last statement is, I just want to make sure that we here in Louisiana are not losing companies. And if we are losing them, I want to see what it is can be done, how we can more or less set up another mechanism of trying to find out what was their reason and if it's something that we can do about that. Because if we're in business to bring companies in here and to get jobs, and we're losing more companies going out, is something wrong somewhere. And I'm not pointing the finger at anyone. I just want to make sure that if we're not doing everything that we can do, then we look at some other dynamics that we can bring to the table, and we can get these people, you know, a way to stay in here. You know, I don't want to compromise the citizens, compromise, you know, our policies, but I want to make sure that we're doing everything that we can do. And I'm interested to know how many we've lost.
Sure.
We've not lost any from January to now. I'm interested in knowing how many we lost last year and the year before.
Okay, absolutely.
If we've lost any.
Yes.
I know we've lost 1 or 2, but, you know, I'm just looking at.
Yes, I will look into that for you, and I want to say I appreciate your line of thinking and your support for economic development throughout the years, but particularly for the former GM facility. We appreciate your support of our efforts, but your line of thinking is right on in support of economic development principles that we consistently and tirelessly are working on growing the availability and accessibility of quality jobs for our citizens in Louisiana in all regions of the state. And we need to remove impediments where they exist. So we appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Norton. Ms. Mitchell, is it Jason? Yes, sir. If you had some comments, if you filled out a card, please, sir, come to the mic and you're good. Does any committee member have any questions for Ms. Mitchell or LED?
Just very briefly.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned in your comments, Mandy, that you were not on staff at the Department of Economic Development.
I was not involved in the business development efforts, and I do not get directly involved in that. As Assistant Secretary, I oversee our governmental affairs, policy, legislative, small business services, and a couple of other teams. And we also, we do that intentionally so that our business development folks do not have to wade into to the political spectrum, if you will.
And it's also my understanding.
So I have been at LED since the fall of 2012.
Okay. It's also my understanding that the current secretary was not involved in any aspect of this issue in the 2013 2014 timeframe as well. Is that
To my
correct?
knowledge, that is correct. I believe that the previous secretary, Secretary Stephen Morey, has kind of led the efforts and has the most intimate knowledge of anybody as it pertains to our efforts to secure a project for the GM facility.
Thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Chairman, members, that's the reason, former Secretary Moray's name is the one that's also on the letter that I shared earlier with the committee, that obviously attests to the statements that were made on these 4 pages. And again, that stresses why it is that at some point, I think he should also be one of those folks. I'm sure he would come voluntarily, but if necessary, I think should be compelled to be able to come and offer the folks of Shreveport who are looking for jobs some insight into what was expressed in this communication to the Racer Trust prior to the actual sale of that property to the Caddo Industrial Development Board and ultimately leading to the control of Industrial Realty Group and Shreveport Business Park.
Very good. Thank you, Representative Glover. Ms. Mitchell, thank you very much. Please reiterate again to the Secretary as well as the Governor that we are trying to facilitate commerce.
That's correct.
Creating jobs is what we are all aspiring to do.
Thank you.
I thank you very much for you being here today.
Thank you, committee members.
At this point, Scott Martinez with the North Louisiana Economic Partnership. Scott, if you'll please come forward, sir. I would say good morning, but it is actually good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Scott Martinez. I filled out a card. I'm
Yes, sir.
office at 333 Texas Street, Suite 411 here in Shreveport. I'm the president of the North Louisiana Economic Partnership. I have been since January 2nd of 2013. We do economic development for 14 parishes in North Louisiana. We have an office, physical office here in Shreveport, as well as in Monroe, Louisiana. We do 3 things as an organization. We do economic development, business recruitment, business retention, business growth. We work on those issues, workforce development, and advocacy. Those are the 3 things we do, and I recognize many of y'all from our breakfast that we hosted during the session and subsequent special sessions. We've been involved, and Mandy, I think she did a very comprehensive job of the projects that we worked on, along with LED. You know, we're charged with getting jobs and capital investment in the 14 parishes we serve. Of course, the former General Motors facility is a tremendous real estate asset from our perspective, and it's seeing great interest. We've put lots of time, resources, and efforts in working with LED and working with potential clients for that facility. And for a variety of reasons, many of which have been talked about today, we've not been successful in getting a large employer into that facility. I will also say we're currently working with 2 companies that I think have a strong possibility, probably as strong as the other ones we've worked on. And they were referenced earlier with the automotive distribution and accessory company, as well as an expansion of a local company, this Project Longhorn, that wasn't mentioned, that we're working on. So I'm here today, and I appreciate the interest in this facility and economic development in Shreveport and North Louisiana. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have of our engagement as it relates to the General Motors facility, and any project specifically, I'll speak to the degree which I can.
Very good. Members? Then the chairman's going to take privilege.
Certainly.
The Phoenix project, and again, I'm assuming that must have been the code name for, and if it's not, just forgive me. Let's talk about the HVAC people.
That also went into Project Temp also.
Okay.
So it had 2 different names. The particulars have been talked about as far as the capital investment, the job numbers. There was a lot of kind of all hands on deck. With
I would think everybody would have been trying to pull the same way to.
We had
secure
street
them.
sweepers on Interstate 20 and 49. I mean, we went above and beyond. Mayor Glover, during his administration, provided golf carts to tour the facility from the Parks Department. Everyone locally and regionally put in a lot of efforts on that project, including, you know, use of private aircraft to bring clients in from Houston. So there wasn't a lack of effort from the state, from the North Louisiana Economic Partnership, or the local partners in that project. It's been mentioned about the option on that particular project that expired April 30th of 2014. I arrived January 2nd of 2013. So there was an option. So there was a finite window an option of which, we had to close that project. And, to get into a particular, there was a change of leadership from an American leader of that particular group to someone from Asia that led that group. So there was a leadership change, which I think would have taken a lot more time than that finite April 30th deadline to really get a comfort level, because this involved consolidation, as Ms. Mitchell mentioned earlier, of lots of facilities, and was going to be a big move by the company. They ultimately, as was mentioned, by Racer Trust, built a facility on 290 West in Houston, and it may be complete now, but it was a significant project. I think there are varying reasons why it didn't come to fruition. One, I think, being that finite April 30th deadline. And just the change of leadership and kind of the end of the fourth quarter. I guess it's kind of like changing football coaches midseason. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Sometimes it doesn't.
The April 30 deadline, what do you mean?
I'm sorry, if you'll ask the question.
The April 30 deadline, you said, was one of the reasons that you think may have caused it?
I wouldn't say one of the reasons may be a mischaracterization. I think it definitely could have been an inhibitor. I think, for that type of capital investment and commitment by any company, it requires a lot of due diligence. And when there's a leadership change at that level, I think it gives a company pause.
Did collectively you look at extending that or changing the deadline, especially if you have new leadership coming
certainly,
on board?
But it was so close to that deadline, and I think there had been, you wouldn't know how long to extend it, and I'm getting into some particulars because you wouldn't know what the new leadership's time frame would be, first of all, and secondly, would the other parties to this situation be amenable to that?
But there wasn't a request by that particular to say.
There was not. That was pretty much, the new leader came to the state and said, we're decided not to move forward.
Yes.
And that was the cessation of that project.
Yeah, that's probably the fault of, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Cox. Any other questions for Mr. Martinez?
Chairman?
Yes, sir,
I'll
Representative
yield
Glover.
everybody else.
Yes, sir.
In line with what you were just asked, that 4-month window was that laid out at the request of NLEP, the state, or someone else?
It was laid out by 3 parties, which are party to that draft letter that you referenced. Lindora Baker, who was president of the Caddo Commission at the time, myself, and Secretary Moray. Those are the 3 signatories on that letter.
And a larger window of time might have afforded?
It could have, but that would be speculative. I think it would, I think the probability, would have been enhanced, but again, it's speculative.
In pursuit of that opportunity, how would you characterize the positioning of the Elio project in relation to what you all were pursuing?
Well, I look at...
Did that factor help to advance the effort, or?
Well, it definitely factored in, but the state...
How would you characterize it?
The state, it was another wrinkle in the shirt, I'll just put it that way, because we had to address that commitment to Elio, because the commitment had been made, by RG, by Racer, and just in good faith. I think that had to be addressed, and it was addressed, and I think, ultimately it was addressed in a way that was amenable to all parties. It definitely, if you look at it from our perspective, it added cost.
As an economic developer, your objective is to attain the highest value project possible. That means jobs and investment.
Certainly.
From your perspective, how would you characterize having to accommodate, for lack of a better term, a project of the nature and scale of Elio as you are attempting to pursue a project of the level and scale of Project
It was just another dimension, and that was handled, I think, very well by former Secretary Moray, and finding an alternative. But it was just, another element to that particular deal. then that way for subsequent deals.
Wouldn't describe it as unusual or odd or in any way in line with what the
Every
attested to in the letter?
I wouldn't dispute anything that was in that letter and still stand behind, the contents of that letter that I signed.
Thank you, Scott, and again, Mr. Chairman, members, that is one of the reasons as to why I think we need some other people in the room.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. That brings us then to Paul Elio. I have two cards here, one from Mr. Elio, representing Elio Motors as its president, and also from, and you'll have to help me, sir, Joel
Sheltron, he's my VP of Governmental Affairs.
Okay.
He doesn't plan to speak, but you just never know, so I thought he went and filled it out just
Thank
in
you,
case.
sir. And if you would please identify yourself for the committee.
I'm Paul Elio, CEO of Elio Motors,
Yes.
and thank you for inviting me here to talk about this. So what I want to do first is kind of go through the progress that we've made in the last year, and then talk specifically about the delays in the project, because I know that's of prime interest, and then talk about what we've done to solve those delays. Okay? At a high level, the supply base, I think, is really the story of Elio Motors, right? And that's been an ongoing process, attracting the who's who of global suppliers. And if you're not in the industry, you think, well, of course these guys will sell you parts. That's their job. And the reality is no, they won't, right? These really big suppliers, they don't like small companies and they hate startups. And that's true at any time in history. And right now it's exasperated because in the downturn, a tremendous number of suppliers went out of business. We're now back at record volumes. And so in order to work on Elio Motors, every one of these companies is saying no to either Ford, Toyota, or GM, right? So to attract these folks to work on the Elio Motors project really means something. And a partial list, we have Continental, who is the world's largest auto parts supplier of any description. They're doing the engine controller, body controller, transmission controller, electronic integration, tires, etc. Bosch, who is the second largest auto parts supplier of any description. They're doing the safety sensors, alternator, fuel injection, and a bunch of other widgets. We have Aisin, which is the world's largest transmission supplier, the fifth largest auto parts supplier of any description, wholly owned by Toyota. We have Kamau doing the automation equipment for our engine that will be installed in Shreveport. They're wholly owned by Fiat Chrysler. We have Linamar, the world's largest manufacturer of camshaft cylinder heads and a whole bunch of other engine widgets with a global footprint. Roush is our engineering source for vehicle integration. They obviously are famous for their NASCAR team, the most successful NASCAR team ever, but it turns out they're also the largest engineering service provider in America. We have IAV, who's doing our engine development. They have 65% of the engineering services business in Germany, so they're Europe's largest engineering service provider. They do all the engine development for Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and others. And I can go on. We got 64 of them, but I'm guessing the point is it's truly the who's who of the global supply base, and to get them all to be on the same project means something. In the last year, starting with last November, we unveiled what we termed as the P5. It's our final prototype. So P is for prototype, 5 is the fifth one. We unveiled that at the LA Auto Show last year in November. What differentiated it from its predecessors is it's the first one with our own engine in it. And it's been 65 years since an American startup did that. The last time a new American startup showed a vehicle with its own engine in it was Nash in 1951. That's a significant milestone, right? We used Reg A Plus to go public. We're the first operating, and I believe only operating company to do that. So we got qualified in November to accept investments, and we closed the investment off in February. It was successful. We raised $17 million in a process that nobody had ever done before, and at a horrible time. If you remember, the markets crashed about that time, and last January, which is, saw it in the window when we were raising money, is the only month in the last 6 years that nobody did an IPO, right? So we had the holiday season and then January where nobody else did an IPO to raise money, and we were still very successful. We then listed on the OTCQX and became a publicly traded company, and I will talk about that more, but that's been a key to our future. It opens up a lot of tools in our toolkit for future fundraising, and that's gone very well. We continue to take reservations. We now have over 61,000 people who've put money down on Elio. which accounts for over $430 million of product reserve. We have been building what we call the E-Series. So now instead of building a prototype, we're building 23 engineering vehicles. They're much more sophisticated, whereas the P5, if you took off the fender, the frame is cut and weld. These are stamped frames, so you have to do soft tooling. These vehicles have real glass in them instead of plexiglass that we have to tool up. They're a lot more sophisticated. We unveiled the first of those, I'm going to say two to 3 months ago. And that one went to Continental because the longest lead time on the project, believe it or not, is programming the anti-lock brakes and electronic stability control. So the hardware exists, but actually writing that program is the longest lead left on the project. So they got E1A. E1C is now complete. We're going to unveil that to the supply base tomorrow in Detroit, and we're going to unveil it at the LA Auto Show to the public, because you got to hold something back for these big auto shows. So although it's done, we're not going to show it for about a month. We rolled out our E+ system, which is our business model that I think is significant at the New York Auto Show. And it's gotten a lot of good traction, and we're going to be at SEMA here in a few weeks to continue to promote that. I don't know if you guys saw 2 days ago, Hyundai Dymos, our seat supplier, who's wholly owned by Hyundai, announced that they are going to build the seat for the Elio vehicle in Shreveport. They're going to invest in equipment and install a line to manufacture seats in that facility for Elio Motors, which I think is a very good sign. Again, these big global companies, for them to make that kind of commitment, they obviously know a lot of detail that I can't share with you, and in their judgment, that's a good idea.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The seat manufacturer is going to be leasing or subleasing from Elio Motors a portion of the former General Motors facility here, or would this be additional square footage over and above the, how many square feet do you have under lease?
So we have to take $1 million.
Okay.
And we can take up to $2 million.
All right.
Right, and so it'll be in that bandwidth, right? So we're definitely going to be over that minimum, and I don't know, it depends how you want to count the Hyundai, whether it goes into IRG's pile or it's part of the 1 to 2 million.
Well, what I was trying to find out was, I mean, would they be paying you a sublease rent inside the area, the demised area, I guess?
So IRG is going to get paid rent for it, right? Because either Elio is going to lease it and sublease it to Hyundai Dymos, or Hyundai Dymos will do it directly. And with most suppliers, we do a cost plus, so we have no interest in trying to make money off leasing space, because then they mark it back up to us, right?
Do you have any idea how many jobs will come with that particular manufacturer?
I think at full run rate, I believe it's 80 jobs.
Okay.
80 additional jobs.
One of the questions that was asked, I guess, to IRG's representative, Shreveport Business Park, was actually how many employees are there at the property? I think that he had said less than 20, and
yeah, Elio has 2.
And Mr. Frick was one of those 2
Yes.
employees. They didn't identify themselves when we were there.
Yes.
And then, so, do you mind me just asking again? This is your business. I'm not trying to get into it, but I would like to understand the two that are out there. What do they do for Elio?
So they are part of our manufacturing team. And so, you know, like Mr. Frick, he moved from the Corvette facility to this facility when they turned the first shovel of dirt over for the expansion. And he was responsible for bringing the site up. He managed the site when it was in operation. He was responsible for bringing the site back down. Now, he's a smart guy, and I would hire him whether he had that background or not. But, you know, a site that big is not documented. There's not a piece of paper for everything that's gone on there. And having that tribal knowledge, in addition to being a smart guy, it's incredibly valuable.
He knows where the bodies are buried.
Right. And how things worked, and, you know, et cetera. So he works with, for Gino Raffin, my VP of Manufacturing, and together they're responsible for launching the vehicle.
And when we toured the facility, I did not see one of your prototype vehicles in there. I think that some of us might have recognized it appeared to be some sort of a frame, or maybe what was beginning like a roll cage or something that was there. There's nothing being manufactured there now.
No. So because this is a supplier-based project, and all the suppliers I just listed have presence in Southeast Michigan, Detroit metro area, right? It's more efficient to build these prototypes and E-Series vehicles in the Detroit metro area because as their parts come onto the vehicle, it's nice for the supply base to be able to come and participate in that, lessons learned, et cetera, right? So although from an emotional standpoint, building them down here would be nice, from a practical standpoint, building them in Detroit where the supply base is the right answer for this level of vehicle.
But then can I make sure that I understand what you're saying?
Yeah.
You're currently manufacturing in Detroit?
Well, we're building 23 prototypes,
Okay.
the E-Series vehicles, right? And
These will be finished vehicles there in Detroit. They won't be shipped to Shreveport to be finished out or painted or
they're test
modified.
vehicles. So like I said, they're labeled E1A through E1Y, right? There's 23 of them. And so E1A goes to Continental, E1D is at Red Dot, our HVAC supplier, for them to do their testing. E1C is the show car, like I said, we're going to unveil it tomorrow privately and publicly in November 17th in LA. So as each one gets completed, it's got a purpose. There's 6 of them that are identified to be crash tested. And so that no 2 are configured exactly the same. You know, if you're going to crash test the vehicle, the engine doesn't have to be working. Right, so it's a casting because it needs to be the right mass and shape, but you don't spend these prototype engines are very expensive, right? So you don't do a whole prototype engine, you know. So depending on its job, it's configured appropriately. So it's not really manufacturing. It's test vehicles, right?
Okay. You're doing your R&D elsewhere as opposed to when you go into full production, you envision doing the fabrication and the final fitting of the vehicle here in Shreveport.
Correct. So all the assembly happens here in Shreveport. There is Hyundai demos that we've released. We're deep in discussions with several more, so you know, keep your eye out for future press releases because they're not the only ones who are going to commit to come down and be with us. We're attracting some folks who are going to supply Elio and then others because it makes sense for them. So again, but kind of like the rest of this stuff, not all of them will come through. I can't tell you what's going on. You know, I made an offer to meet with you guys under NDA so I could be more inclusive in the information, but
you understand this is a public hearing, and that would basically circumvent the intent of the report. We have to get back to the legislature.
But what I'm saying is I'm not trying to avoid answering it, but in a public forum, there are limits to what I can say.
All right, very good.
Okay, so let me go on then. So that's kind of what we've done in the last year. Why has it taken so long to attract the capital? Because most of the delay for this project has been capital related, right? And there was 2 fundamental problems that I was unaware of until we went out and tried to do it. The first I call the innovator's dilemma, and I only became aware of this maybe 6-8 months ago. So there's a book written in the mid-90s by a Harvard professor and a Stanford professor called The Innovator's Dilemma. And it studied the disk drive industry, and then it took what it learned from that and applied it to other industries, and it seems to hold true. And basically, if it is a sustaining technology, big companies invariably win over small companies. They do very well because they invest in it. And if it's a disruptive technology, they normally don't. And what they define as a disruptive technology is a low price point with carryover technology. Sound familiar? Right? And so in the disk drive industry in the 60s, it was mainframe computers, 14-inch disk drives, right? And then these mini computers came out, and there was an 8-inch disk drive that cost more per megabyte, but was overall cheaper. And the 14-inch disk drive companies, being well-managed companies, listened to their customers, invested in the high-margin business that was defined for these mainframes, because who knew what was going to happen with mini computers anyway, and they ignored the 8-inch guys. The 8-inch disk drives got so good that they eventually put the 14-inch disk drive companies out of business. So now they're the incumbents. And somebody invents this 5.25-inch drive that works really well for this new thing called the PC, but who knows where that's going to go. And the 8-inch disk drives, the previous disruptors, being well-managed companies, right, listened to their customers, invested in well-defined markets at high margins, and ignored this 5.25-inch thing. Again, same thing, carryover technology, low price point. The 5.25-inch drives got so good they put the 8-inch guys out of business. And then it happened again at 2.3 for laptops, and then again at 1.8. And then they show how this transfers across industries. And although it wasn't happening in the same company, that was a big issue with Elio Motors. So we were going to well-managed institutions looking for capital, and because Elio's disruptive, we have an undefined market, right? We're creating something new here, and at a low price point, and they were looking for high margin business, right? It's the exact same analogy. It just was financial institutions, VCs, hedge funds, those kinds of folks, and Elio, instead of that investment occurring inside an institution. How we've overcome that is through the reservations, right? With 61,000 reservations, we have defined the market. It used to be 2, 3, 4 years ago, I would present that we're going to capacitize for 250,000 units, and the financial types would say, well, what does your business look like at 25,000? I'm like, it looks horrible because it's not set up for that, right? Now at 60,000 units or 61,000 reservations, and the other tidbit that we learned recently, we did a nationwide survey, and only 6.5% of Americans have ever heard of Elio Motors. So not only have we done 61,000 reservations, we've done that with less than 7% of the population, right? And we expect that we should see at least a 65% awareness between now and production. So now the question I get is, how many more can you build over 250? Right? The question has changed because we've proved the market. So that kind of answered the innovator's dilemma portion of the struggle to attract capital. The next was our capital markets are broken to fund these types of projects like Elio Motors. And I presented to the SEC, and I sent it to you, which I believe you passed on, and the SEC kind of validated what I'm saying on this. So what's happened over the last 20 or 30 years is there's been a concentration of capital into VCs and private equity and hedge funds. And if you go to a VC, they're comfortable with pre-revenue startups, but they want to invest $3 to $5 million and recreate Facebook. And you show them a $2 or $3 or $400 million project, and their head pops off, right? They're not willing to do that. And then also because of the concentration of capital, they specialize, right? We're really good at biotech. We're really good at internet companies. And not enough new automotive startups happen that anybody specializes in auto. So you go to these big institutions and you ask them to step out of the comfort zone 2 different directions. So with the VCs, it is total price tag for the project and the fact that we're something they don't specialize. With private equity and hedge funds, they write those sizes of checks routinely, but they're not comfortable with a project that's not going to have revenue for a year or more, right? So, and then they also have that same specialization process. So it's extraordinarily difficult with the way our capital markets are currently set up. And going public was very difficult prior to Reg A+. So how we got over that hurdle, the capital markets hurdle, is by using Reg A+. So not only did we raise $17 million, but we became a publicly traded company, and that has given us a whole lot more visibility and attraction to big banks. And so there's a press release this morning that Oppenheimer has agreed to be, we've retained them for investment banking services, including strategic advisory services, research, and capital markets strategies. So Oppenheimer is now leading the charge on our fundraising. And as you know, they're a premier brand. They're introducing us to other premier brands. And I feel very good about our prospects for this final round of capital that leads the charge to final production. You don't get an email to say that you're over the hump, right? But my sense is we're over the hump. Like, those were the issues in getting this thing funded. And in 2013, I didn't know those issues. I couldn't have predicted those issues. And I think if you look at what Elio has done, is we don't give up, right? We've had these obstacles placed in front of us, and we figured out a way over the wall, around the wall, under the wall, and if none of that works, we get a wrecking ball and we knock the wall down. But we've figured a way around those issues. And I think with that solution, now we're starting to attract big name financial institutions, and that's the key to getting this thing the rest of the way home.
Under your lease agreement with Shreveport Business Park, you don't pay any rent until you actually manufacture and roll off a unit off the line?
Correct.
Okay, and so...
Well, it was date constrained, and so we've moved that date with IRG a few times.
you've exercised some option to extend the lease so that the commencement date does not begin until you physically roll off a manufactured Elio off the line.
Correct.
How far are you, as far as you said, the capital needed in order to go ahead and pull the trigger and start employing people to build this facility, build this vehicle in the facility here in Shreveport?
So we've raised over $100 million, and we have less than $300 million to raise.
Okay, and how long have you been working to raise the 120 that you have? Is 120?
I don't know what's been publicly disclosed most recently, so it's over 100 million for sure. I know that's been publicly disclosed. So,
but when did you start? In earnest, you're trying to generate the funds to now have that accumulated amount of money on hand.
well, you know, I mean, it started in 2009, right?
Okay.
The first 100 million is a lot harder to track than the last 100, right?
But there's 100 between there too.
I think this next round is the final round, right? Now that we've got the attention of these big banks, I think it all gets done. You know, the funding from here to production gets done in this round, and we're done.
And
that's the
any kind of a
strategy.
time frame for us to kind of, at least for the committee's report, that we would understand when we anticipate automotive manufacturing recommencing in Louisiana?
So we've been targeting 2017. Obviously, it'll be third quarter or fourth quarter of 2017.
The fourth quarter of 2017
is our target.
Okay.
And like before, you know, this is a complex timeline. It's always subject to delays. But I think if we experience delays now, it gets measured in weeks, and before it got measured in quarters. You know what I mean? Like we're getting there. So.
Committee members, Representative Cox.
Yes.
What's just, you say you own the stock market now?
Yeah, we're traded on the OTCQX.
Yeah, over the counter.
And well, there's three levels now. There's the pink sheets, which is the old over the counter. Then there's the OTCQB, and then the OTCQX. So like Adidas and a bunch of the big ADRs transfer, you know, and the reporting requirements, et cetera, go up as you go up level. So we're the highest level of the OTC.
What's your stock symbol?
ELIO.
Pretty easy.
That one worked out.
That was it.
Thank you, Representative Cox. Representative, I'm sorry, Representative Pugh.
Yes.
What was your opening price on your IPO?
$12.
And now?
Yesterday, I believe we were at $19.50, $19.45. So it went all the way up to $75 for about a second. Came back down, it settled in around 40 for a while, and then came to be between 19 and 25 for the last 5 months, I believe, 4 months. I'd have to look at the chart, but for a meaningfully long time, it's been between 19 and 25.
And your opening date?
I'm not sure. So we closed the investment, we stopped accepting Reg A plus investments February 1st, and then we had 2 weeks where you do anti-money laundering and make sure everything's clear before you move to the QX. And then because we were the first ones to do it, the brokerage houses didn't understand how to transfer the stock, and so there was a little bit of a delay. So we started trading sometime in February, but I don't remember the exact date.
February of 16.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Pugh. Representative Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me take this opportunity to thank you, Paul, for even wanting to be a part of our community and our city and our state to bring jobs in here. I guess the real issue here is today is that we're all concerned about the when and what time and what it's going to, you know, bring to Shreveport as far as those jobs that you made reference to. And I guess one of my questions is, do you have a process in place that you can regain or retain these funds versus the beginning of where you started to where you are now? I know you talked about the stock, but you know, I'm not a stock person, and I'm not saying it's going up or going down or wherever, but I'm concerned about, is there any other processes other than just the stock to get you the amount of money that you need in order to be able to validate what you made reference to when you first came down and you agreed to bring jobs in here and you bring manufacturing in here. And I guess this is where we all are, just trying to see how do we get from A to B.
Right. The primary way that a company would raise this kind of capital is through the stock market, and that's why we have retained Oppenheimer to assist us in this process. We have a secondary way to achieve the same goal. It's a Department of Energy program called the ATVM. We have a $186 million loan request in there with them. It seems to be going well. But I always frame that as a hope, and the private markets are the plan. I don't want to count on the government doing the right thing at the right time and bet my whole business on it. So we're working both paths. So I'm not counting on the ATVM, although I'm going to continue to work on it. I honestly feel like we've earned that loan. I think we meet all the requirements. I think that we've done all the homework that we need to do. But you know, it's a slow process, and I don't know that my crystal ball says that we eventually get the loan, but it's after we already raised the money privately. You know, if I had to guess.
So when you said the ATM, am I correct?
ATVM.
Oh, ATVM is going well. What do you consider to be well?
Again, I can't talk about that process publicly.
Well, do you see well being at 50%, or do you see well being at 80%, or do you see well being at 20%? I mean, to just give us some type of,
so
you know,
our application's been deemed substantially complete, and we are now in the next phase. And so there's the phase that we're in now, I forget what they call it, and then when you complete that phase, that you go to conditional loan approval. So we're in that middle phase.
Did you say the third or the fourth quarter of 17 that you're looking to?
Our target is fourth quarter 17, yes.
And within this fourth quarter, are you saying that you will be here at the plant with material, whatever,
that's first saleable
machines or whatever already in place in order to move forward? Or are you saying that this is the time frame that you'll make a decision whether you're in here or you're not in here?
No. So that's the time frame for first saleable vehicle. And what happens? First saleable vehicle, because we will build vehicles on that line that aren't saleable. Right, as you train employees, et cetera, you build several hundred vehicles that you end up crushing because of liability reasons, right? You got to train everybody up before you sell one to the public. So that's the target for the first saleable vehicle.
Will that first sellable vehicle be coming out of Detroit, or would it be coming out?
No, that's in Shreveport.
It'll be coming out of Shreveport.
So that'll be produced on that line. Absolutely.
So, are you all at any point in time, or do you have a date when you're going to be looking for persons to fill out applications to get in there, to go through training or whatever, so they'll be prepared?
So about, you hire them about 30 days before for training, right? And so the process would probably start 90 days before.
Okay.
Right.
On the stock part that you made reference to, where are you all at on the stock to give you the confidence that you need to say to us that you're more than sure that you will be able to implement those things that we said?
Again, so these are SEC requirements. I finally we're finally to the point we could announce that Oppenheimer's our strategic advisor on doing this round of funding. I can't say anything more than that.
Okay, so I hear, and I guess my last statement is, I hear you have two options. You're looking at the stock market, and then you're looking at ATVM.
Correct.
Is that right? You're looking at that. Hypothetical here, if that falls a little short, is there anywhere else that you can fall back on in order to make sure that you're continuing to move forward? Because I think what we are all concerned about, and we're interested in the fact of what are we going to do next, how are we going to get there, when are we going to get there. It's taken us a while to make those steps, but we are just concerned that we're not just wasting a lot of time. And I think that's the whole consensus of everybody who's on this committee.
Right. And like I said, those are our two primary paths. You know, we have basically the private funding with Oppenheimer as our strategic advisor, and then we have the ATVM.
Is there any one last thing that you would like to say to this committee to give us that go, that move forward?
Basically, that message before of, you know, we don't give up. You know, like this is not occurred in the time frame or in the path that we thought. There were a lot of obstacles. And you have to admit, we've hung in there and we've figured it out and we've gotten here. You know, what we've done in the last year, I'm very proud of. We have an enormous amount of momentum. I've never felt better about our chances of success. You know, and like I said, the validation from brands like Oppenheimer and Hyundai Dymos, just in this week alone, give you some insight. It's not just me that is feeling that confidence.
You don't have anything coming off the lines in Detroit, am I correct or am I not correct?
So it's not aligned in Detroit. We're building them one at a time, and the
Okay.
suppliers come in. So we're building them in the sequence we plan to build them in Shreveport. But, you know, it's a complex thing building a vehicle, and so every time that we run into an issue, so we could have built these all already if you just build the darn things, right? It's about learning how to build them. So every time we hit an issue, there's a photograph taken, an entire trouble report written. It goes off to the appropriate supplier, a combination of suppliers. A lot of times it's two parts that are coming together, and it's like, okay, we got to work together to resolve this. Then the solution has to be created. It's got to be bought off by engineering and by manufacturing. Then that gets solid modeled or re-simulated depending on what kind of part it is. And once that validation happens, then that trouble report is closed. So every issue that we have as we build these, so the building is very slow because we're really concentrating on how to build these vehicles rather than just getting them together.
Have you built one? And if you're not, how long have you been building on it to get one built?
So we build them in sets of 5. So E1, A, B, C, D, and E are all in process. E1A is complete, and it's at Continental.
What does A mean? What does that mean?
Well, because we're going to build 23 prototypes, and so you got to name them. We could have done Bob, Fred, Jim, but you know we did A, B, C. So E1A was the first one. So E1A is at Continental for analog brakes, electronic stability control. E1D is at Red Dot, our HVAC supplier, for HVAC validation. E1C is the show car that's we're going to unveil, and then the other two are being worked on currently.
Well, this is my last statement that I'm kind of on the hook with you guys because I kind of pushed the bill through. So you all can't make me look bad. You've got to make me look good. So y'all got to get done whatever got to be done in order to validate that you are in business. Or either my colleague's going to continue to look at me and I'm going to have to look the other way. Is that okay?
And that's the thing. This project is too important. It has to happen. I mean, it's important to this community. You know, the 1,500 jobs. If the economic development folks, depending on who you talk to, you get credit for up to 6 indirect jobs for every direct manufacturing jobs. Right? You know, barbershops, restaurateurs, etc. So if you take that number 6, that's 9,000 indirect jobs plus the 1,500 puts you at 10.5. Last time I looked, there's 70,000 households in this community. That's 1 out of 7 households get affected by that plant. I mean, it has to happen. It really matters to this community. But it also matters to our country. After 5 years of sales, we can reduce total U.S. gas consumption by nearly 0.5%. There's no other project that can do that. And whether your biggest concerns are trade deficit due to foreign oil or greenhouse gas emissions, the answer is the same. Use less oil, right? And we do that really well. We are passionate about creating American jobs. We have a target of 90% North American content. Last time we rolled it up, we were at 87, so I don't know that we hit our target, but we're going to come damn close. You know, we're very serious about it, and that doesn't happen by accident. And the last thing that doesn't immediately leap off the page, but if you're struggling in this country, your biggest issue is mobility. There's a Harvard economist who came out with a study last year that said the #1 correlator on whether you get out of poverty or not is mobility. It correlates better than test grades in your community, the number of 2-parent households, or crime rates. The #1 correlator is mobility. And at $7,300 and 84 miles per gallon, people can afford to get to their job. So this project matters both locally and nationally, and it must happen.
Well, I look forward to seeing them come off the line. Thank you,
All right,
Mr. Chairman.
thank you.
Thank you, Representative Norton. Representative
Mr. Chairman.
Glover? Yes, sir.
Paul, let me first of all tell you that there are at least 2 of us in here who have money that's in your pocket, I'm sure.
So you're part of the 61,000, and thank you.
I am one of the 61,000. As the mayor of the city at the time, I felt it to be appropriate to stand up and express my support for the project, and so you have 100 of my dollars, and you have $1,000 of another gentleman who was here who left me a rather heated note that I wish I had gloves to hold because it's pretty hot.
Okay.
My question to you, how long have you been at this?
Since 2008.
Since 2008.
So Elio Motors was incorporated in 2009, but I began the project a shade before that.
So now 8 years.
Yes.
You've been trying to give birth to this baby.
Yes.
And in 2010, you end up in Pontiac.
Yes.
And what did you ask the folks at Pontiac for?
So, you know, that's a very similar story with a very different result. So, that site was 3.3 million square feet. This one's 4 million. Again, GM had left all the equipment behind. This predates Racer. This is when Motors Liquidation Corporation owned it, and they didn't have the passion for creating jobs. They were willing to have things demoed. All the lines were in place. It was $1 billion facility in total, right, equipment and plant. And I needed $5 million to get under my control. So I asked the Michigan pension, or I'm sorry, the Pontiac pension system to make that investment so we could get that under our control and keep that site whole. They declined to do it.
Was it 5 million or 200 million?
5 million.
So the news reports are inaccurate, that your request
Yes.
for was not 200 million?
No, it was 5.
Okay.
So it went to a developer who tore it down for the copper and the steel. And now it's a 3.3 million square foot concrete slab that you can't break into because there's no EPA issues as long as you don't break into the concrete slab. But if you do, then who knows? I think Racer ultimately sold it to a company that put car condos, right, where you park your car. It's kind of a classic car community because what else can you do with it at that point? So sadly,
Racers or Motors Liquidation sold it?
No. Well, Motors Liquidation sold it to the company who demoed it. And then, and then somehow it got to the car condo. But it was Motors Liquidation is the one who sold it to the developer.
So it was never a Racer property?
No. But, and Pontiac will never attract a $1 billion asset again. You know, I mean, that's a lot of investment. And so the one great thing about this site is it's still intact and it's still, you know, a multi-billion-dollar asset. So it went through the downturn and the low valuations.
It's a what asset?
Multi-billion.
It's a multi-billion-dollar asset that the
right to recreate.
Caddo Industrial Development Board was able to control because of the Racer Trust for only $7.5 million.
So it depends on.
So we give you.
Hold on.
So their exclusive control of it.
So I call it a multi-billion-dollar asset. If you want to recreate that site, greenfield, that's what it takes. Right? Was it worth that in 2012, 13, 14? Absolutely not. Right? Is it worth that today?
Apparently there were some
still.
folks who had some strong interest in it.
Not for multi-billions. You know, but keeping those sites intact and being able to use them for their intended purpose is the right thing for the community. The problem is the carrying costs are so stiff. And IRG has been willing to pay those carrying costs to keep that site intact for either Elio or somebody else. So that
Racer
site
was
can
also funded with upwards of $500 million to help facilitate those types of transitions as well, weren't they?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know the full history on Racer. And so, yeah, but that was one of their strong requirements is you had to have a credible plan to create jobs in the site in order to acquire a site, right?
Your 1,500 jobs was what looked at IRG needed to be able to come in to the good folks here in Caddo Parish and give them something
Well,
that
actually, it happened in two steps. So Elio bought the equipment from Racer and made a purchase sale agreement on the site. I believe we had a year to execute on that.
And when did you buy the equipment? Because that obviously well predates the 2013, December of 2013.
It does. So I believe it's February 28th of 2013, and Phoenix didn't come around for another 6 or 8 months past that date. So Elio already owned the equipment when Phoenix started kicking around.
And so Racer never even gave any thought or consideration to what the entirety of both the movable and the immovable assets might have been potentially leveraged into.
Sure they did. I mean,
they didn't acquire it until December of 2013, and they sold it to you by February of 14.
No, they acquired it long before then. So I was
they
down.
acquired it in
I
January.
toured the site when GM was still building vehicles with Racer.
You made the announcement in January of 13, and they sold the equipment to you in February of 13.
Right, but I
I
started looking at the site and negotiating with Racer at least 12 months before. I mean, it took a long time to work that deal out.
Let's talk about Racer. What's your history with Racer?
How
far you go back with Racer?
So it must have been 2012 time frame. I went and looked at Willow Run because it was another one of their sites in Detroit Metro. It was originally built for World War II airplane production. It was an antiquated site, and it didn't fit our needs. And then they showed us the rest of their portfolio. Shreveport looked like it would be exactly what we needed. We made arrangements to come down here. I believe it was in October 2012.
October of 2012.
Again, I'm going from memory.
How long have you known Elliot Laws?
I met him somewhere in that process.
How long have you known Bruce Rasher?
Again, I met him somewhere in that process. So we contacted Racer because they were advertising these properties. We needed a property, and you know.
So no history or relationship with either Elliot Laws or Bruce Rasher prior to October of 2012?
Prior to touring Willow Run, I believe that is the right answer.
That was the beginning of...
But I talked to Motors Liquidation, and I don't think either of them were involved in that, so I believe that's the first time I met them is at the Willow Run.
According to your SEC filing, so now you've attested that you've got, according to what the chairman says, $100+ million that you've got right now ready to invest, to go forward.
No, that's what it's taken to get the accomplishments we just listed. We've raised and spent that money, right? That's what it takes to get here.
So in terms of cash on hand that you got to go towards this $312 million that you need to get this going, what have you got?
So I'd have to look at the last filing. Again, I can't give you current information. I have to go by whatever the last filing was.
Last filing, I think, mentioned that you had debts of over 12 million?
I believe it's 30.
130 million?
No, just 30
Only
million.
30 million.
Yeah, so our primary debt is against the equipment that we purchased down here, right?
Okay. And you've been at this since 2008.
Correct.
Right now, you're on a salary of $250,000 a year.
Correct.
And you're right now generating about $500,000 per month in revenue from selling reservations for the vehicle. Is that correct?
Whatever's in the filing. I mean, it varies month to month. But on the salary, my engineering company, ESG Engineering, is actually Elio Engineering DBA, ESG Engineering, funded the first $6 million of this project, right? And so I own 51% of ESG, so although I didn't directly fund the project, obviously it was an entity I own 51% of funded the first $6 million. I worked without salary for 3 or 4 years. So if you look at what I put in versus what I've taken out, I put in more than I've taken out, and if you look at the average salary over a 5-6 year period, it's much less than the current salary, right?
But that's the current salary, right?
That is the current salary.
And you still need upwards of $300 million.
According to the last filing, we've refined that number, but that's the latest publicly available number.
And that's how many months after your IPO?
Well, February and it's October, so 8 months.
So from February so in terms of the IPO itself, how much of that money on stock that started at 12, that's gone as high as 75, that's now at 19, how much of that revenue generated?
So the way it works, we sold
towards.
It's gone into the progress that we just outlined for the year, right? So we got 17 million.
That's still a part of your burn.
So we got the $17 million, right? We sold the shares at $12. Now the shareholders own it, and then it's traded above that since then. But we don't get any money for it trading above that IPO price. We sold it at 12, right?
So that's not actually really contributing to the monies you need to get up and going.
No, but the fact that we're public and it's traded well has attracted prestigious financial institutions, and that's the key to getting the rest of this done.
And those are folks who are showing up now in 2016 that did not show up in 08, 09, 10, 11, 12,
Would not
13,
return my phone calls.
14,
The
15.
institutions I am meeting with now would not return my phone calls 12 months ago.
But they are now.
They are meeting with me. They're coming to Detroit. They're meeting with Rouse. They're meeting with IAV. They've come down to the site. Yeah.
And because about 6 months ago, you read the book Innovator's Dilemma.
Right.
And you finally figured this out.
No, actually I did. I figured it out intuitively, right? So the reservations are the key. So your reservation and others was the key to.
And I have a T-shirt, and you got my size even.
It was the key to proving this undefined market. The problem, so a great analogy.
I started to wear it, but I don't want that picture out there.
Hey now. Yeah, I should have worn mine. But no. So the Sony Walkman's a great analogy. Okay, so it was a transistor radio, right? But it was different enough that it had its own unique volume curve. So Sony tooled that up for 30,000 units a year because they looked at the existing transistor radio market. They proceeded to sell 100 million of them over the next decade. Because I'm not saying we're going to sell 100 million Elios. What I'm saying is you can't look at the new car market and gain any insight into the demand for Elio. Like the Walkman, it is a vehicle like others, but it's personal transportation like that was personal music. And so you can't glean what the market is by looking at the new car market, just like Sony couldn't with the transistor radio. And only through showing that we got 61,000 reservations from less than 7% of the population have we been able to show the market for this is large, right? It's large. We're tooling up for 250,000, and if you can get 61,000 reservations from less than 7% of the population, you're going to sell that amount, right? So that was the key. Now, I didn't read the book and then start taking reservations. We solved it intuitively, but my understanding of why we're getting the breakthroughs now was enhanced by reading the book.
I'll say this, Mr. Chairman, to wrap us up. Obviously, you are a very impressive man. You're very good at what you do. And if you have no nefarious role in the circumstances that have led us up to this point, then you are also an embodiment and a representation of part of what makes America great. You have a vision that you are doggedly pursuing, and I admire that. It's part of what makes us the greatest country on the face of the earth. Here's the problem I have, though. Your idea, your concept, your vision is one that I hope comes to fruition, that has a chance to change the space that you are looking to occupy. The problem with it is that it should not come at the expense of what you just described as a multi-billion-dollar asset that once employed over 3,000 people, and that based upon the 4 pages of this letter and who knows what else we may get directly from people talking to us frankly and directly, costing this city, this community, this region what could be thousands of jobs. Because that's what we need.
So let's talk about that. So when that opportunity occurred, we agreed to the option, right? At that point, Elio Motors owned the equipment. I didn't, and that company wanted part of. Hold on.
You should have not agreed. You should have been a part of the conversation. There shouldn't have been a set of circumstances where a community is trying to land a company that has $10 billion per year in sales, is looking to have more than 4,000 jobs delivered, and what's blocking that is the fact that you've got to figure out how to accommodate a startup company that has been at it for, at that point, 5 years, that needed $300 million when it started, didn't have $300 million then, that had already gotten the benefit of 800, as I understand it, and correct me if I'm wrong, equipment inside the GM plant. Before the conversation with the parish even starts, the Racer Trust has already sold to you for just a signature on a piece of paper, almost $1 billion of equipment to give you the chance to go and fire sale that so you can end up trying to come up with more money to pursue this dream.
No, so the day
you shouldn't have been a part of the conversation, Mr. Elio.
So the day I bought it,
people like Scott Martinez and Stephen Moray and other folks who actually do this for a living and know what they're doing should have had the opportunity to go out and help to leverage this particular set of assets in pursuit of the jobs. That was the vision that was put in place, as we said, as a community of cities around this country. If we're going to lose our GM factories, we've got to have in place, Mr. President, Congress, bankruptcy trust, we've got to have a mechanism in place where some rich guy from out of town doesn't come here, buy these things up, control them, and hold us hostage while we're trying to figure out how we get those jobs back. But because it ended up skipping the city and going straight to the parish, and with a threat of demolition over their head, that's exactly what has happened. And you are the face of that, Mr. Elio, and there's no denying it.
Representative Glover, can I ask you to...
My apologies, Mr. Chairman.
Please continue.
Thank you. So how it transpired is, you know, in when we took the equipment over, I mean, that plant was open for sale to anybody. We were the best choice, and you know, everybody backed us, from Caddo Parish to Shreveport to Louisiana, right?
The man who
hold on, let me talk uninterrupted, please.
Says I don't even know you guys. Never met Lichter.
Let me talk uninterrupted, please. So we were the best choice, and we paid Racer's appraisal price of $26 million for that equipment. We got 2 independent appraisals, both came in at $15 million or less. So you have to remember, at the time, there's a glut of manufacturing equipment because all these sites are getting demoed. That we paid more than it was really worth, but it was worth that to us because all of it in place is worth way more than the individual parts. So it made sense for us to do that because of having it all in place and working. There's an incredible value to that for us. So we paid more than the appraisals that we got, but we paid on Racer's appraisal, which we couldn't necessarily justify, and bought it for $26 million. So the day we
I've
bought
gotta
it,
ask you,
it was
pardon me,
not,
Mr.
hold
Chairman,
on, no,
how
no, let
many
me
payments
finish,
on
let me
that
finish
lease
uninterrupted,
agreement have you
please.
made?
Let me finish uninterrupted.
Finish his statement and then we'll.
So we paid at least top market value and probably above market for that equipment. So we didn't get some big bargain. That's just what it was worth at the time. Then 6, 8, 9 months later, I'd have to have a timeline sitting in front of me. Project Phoenix comes along and said, we really want that site and we want a lot of that equipment. So we said, okay, we'll give you an option to do that. We'll move to another site. It is detrimental to Elio. Had that option been executed, it would have been detrimental to Elio's business. But we're a team player. We signed the option. The state asked for X number of months to negotiate the deal. We gave them what they asked for. We gave them all the equipment they asked for. We agreed to move to a site that was not as good and to bring along as much equipment as we could and then have to backfill with new equipment where there was a conflict. We were a team player, so to try to encompass everybody, it's not our fault that there was I didn't learn that till today in testimony, that there was a management change in the fourth quarter at that other company. We gave them the extension that they asked for. You know what I mean? So we did everything we could to facilitate jobs in Louisiana. Some of these other big automotive types that have come and looked through, we have been willing to say, yeah, we'll move again. So if there had been a legitimate cash on the table deal for somebody to come in and use that site instead of us, we would have moved aside. You know what I mean? But that hasn't happened, you know? And what has happened is that Elio's continue to progress, and we're going to end up creating the jobs there.
Representative Glover, you have a question, sir.
Move under what terms and conditions? That's the question. Racer Trust had the charge, the fiduciary obligation to come in and leverage these assets in the best interest of creating jobs and opportunity within this community. By giving you and Stuart Lichter control of these assets, any additional consideration, just like with Project Phoenix and any others, goes from the fiduciary interest of what Racer has the charge of pursuing to the interest of Paul Elio and Stuart Lichter trying to figure out how they use it to suck as much money as they can out of it, and for you and your particular dream and vision to figure out how you use it to end up trying to elevate something that you hadn't been able to get going in 8 years, Mr. Elio.
So Racer's Trust and its predecessor, Motors Liquidation, marketed that property from 2009 till when we purchased the assets in 2013 or 12. So they had 3 years of people coming through that plant, looking at it, and after 3 years, we were hands down the best option. Now, the fact that some other option became available, which I don't think would have happened whether Elio was there or not, some other option came available and kicked the tires 6 months after we purchased it, does not indicate that Racer did not do their job by marketing it for 3 solid years to anybody who was willing to look. And that company did not come down here during that time frame and try to purchase those assets.
Not correct numbers. The intention of the leadership that was in place, both in the administration in Washington, D.C., as well as in the Congress and a group called the Mayor's Automotive Coalition, the specific intent was to have the assistance package come forward for the domestic automotive industry, to facilitate them going through an orderly a bankruptcy process, and to also create this trust that was funded, the Racer Trust, with well over $500 million to effectively facilitate the remarketing and repurposing and redevelopment of these 89 former GM properties. That did not come in place and was not set in place until the formal creation of the Racer Trust. That's when those assets were there and available to help to accommodate everything from the carrying costs to the brownfield needs for various properties, as well as helping to replace lost tax revenue for communities where the actual properties were on the tax rolls as opposed to how they were positioned here. And so now for you to stand here in the absence of Bruce Rasher, in the absence of Elliot Laws, and try and attest to what it is that they should be here speaking to, shows, Mr. Elio, that you are unfortunately a pawn, but a willing pawn in this whole set of circumstances.
So, like I said, I don't know when the transition from Motors Liquidation to Racers Trust was, but Motors Liquidation was marketing these properties, and then that marketing effort got transitioned to Racers Trust. So there was, from the bankruptcy to when we took it over, there was multiple years where they were actively marketing all these sites, whether it be Motors Liquidations or Racers Trust. So it's not like we just walked in one day and we snuck in. You know, everybody in America who was looking for big property knew about these sites, including Phoenix, and they didn't look at it until after we had purchased and we were the best option at the time. So.
Thank you, Mr. Glover. I do have a question from Representative Cox, and I think that might very well be our committee's last question. Go ahead, Representative.
Yes.
Having got beyond that, and you go into production, we're in the Haynesville Shell. Will you produce a car at some point that will use natural gas?
So our product planning is this. It's we want to produce the gas vehicle because the value proposition on this architecture is very strong. So gas only, and then global domination. So we have incoming we constantly have incoming interest from Europe, from Asia, and South America. And my passion is creating American jobs, so I want to supply the globe out of this plant. I have no desire to localize. So first act is U.S. only, second act is global domination, third act is alternate drivetrains, and I have a particular interest in compressed natural gas. I think it's the right energy choice for our country.
I don't think you have to change that much because, you know, they got kits for all of these different things that might fit your machine. I don't know, but at some point, you know.
Right, so the big inhibitor to CNG adoption, in my belief, is a couple things. One, your range goes in half because the energy density is smaller. Well, we already have a 682-mile range, so you cut that in half, we're still traditional, right? So we've overcome the range issue just by the nature of our vehicle. We have the space for the extra stuff. We have some clever places where I think we can tuck it. And then I think the other issue is volume. Right, so if you buy an air compressor, you can buy one for $20, right? You buy a CNG compressor, because if you have a CNG compressor, anybody who has a gas stove has a gas station, right?
Yeah,
the problem is, right, but they're like $4,000 a piece, and it's volume related, right? But it's $7,300 or $7,300 plus whatever the delta would be for CNG. If you can bring it down and get the volume, I'm not saying you ever get a CNG, a natural gas compressor down to $20 because it's flammable and air's not. There's probably a little bit more to it, but there's a big gap between $20 and $4,000. You can bring it way down and make it make sense.
So basically, you're going to look at it, and if you ever get there, you might be able to do it. Okay,
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Representative Cox. Committee members, we've had a very interesting meeting today. I do want to go ahead and take the opportunity to thank the City of Shreveport and Caddo Parish for their cooperation in allowing us to use the chambers today, and also all those that came before the committee to testify. For those requested pieces of information that we have asked for that were not provided, if you could get those to us so they can be included with our report so that we can comply with the requirements of House Resolution 37 of 2016. Mr. Glover.
We had several elected officials here, but I definitely want to acknowledge that the President of the Parish Commission, Commissioner Matthew Lynn, is here. I'm not sure if he's going to address it, and I think Commissioner Mario Chavez was here earlier. I'm not sure if he still is. Commissioner Steve Jackson was here as well. Commissioner Johnson, he's getting so thin I can hardly see him. Commissioner Lyndon Johnson is here as well. And so just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge them as well for their...
And I believe we had seen Roy Burrell in the crowd at some point, but I think Roy's already gone as well. There are no requests from the public for comment. At this point, I'd like to thank all the members of the committee and our staff for making the trip to Shreveport.
I do want to go back to my motion, and Mr. Chairman, I'm a good member, I'm a good follower.
Yes.
But I do believe that based upon what it is that we have heard here today, that there is a need for further action, specifically in the form of requesting that Elliot Laws, the trustee of the Racer Trust, Mr. Bruce Rasher, the redevelopment manager of the Racer Trust, and Mr. Stephen Moray, the former director of the Louisiana Department of Economic Development be once again requested, and if necessary, compelled to appear before a hearing of this committee to further discuss this matter.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Norton.
Sheriff Steve Prater was here. I don't think
I-
he's still over there.
I have
I'm
not seen the
sure, but I know
sheriff.
he was here.
Thank you, ma'am. Members, thank you so much for your attention today and your questions. I appreciate it.
I think, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
before we can.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you turn in the card, sir?
I didn't, but I will.
I wish you would, because I had asked if we had any public comments, and I was
Thank
told
you.
no, we did not.
I thought you were calling everybody up in relation. My name is Matthew Lynn. I'm the current president of the Caddo Parish Commission. I have been a commissioner since the initiation of the General Motors vacating the plant. I want to thank you for having this meeting and bringing at least some information to light. What I have experienced personally as a commissioner that was elected was me asking questions of administration and legal, where I was directed to two commissioners that were spearheading this deal. I had to call other commissioners to ask them what another commissioner said, and all of this information was pieced together. And I constantly asked questions over and over and over again, trying to figure out where can we get to the truth. I was asked to vote on issues where I don't think all of the information was presented to me in a fashion where I should have had to have voted. And I did not know that I was voting with a lack of information until 6 months ago even, where I found through the lawsuit from Racer Trust suing Shreveport Business Park and the parish being considered as a beneficiary to that lawsuit later on in the settlement. Papers that I had asked for prior to any votes in 2013. And so all of this discovery helps me look back in hindsight in 2020, and I think it really helps a lot of the commissioners that were in office at that time to see the retrospect of how we are today with the plant being empty and gutted. Immediately after the purchase, I asked if I could tour it, and I was told no. I have heard from other people that they toured it, and you couldn't get through it. It was cluttered with everything. I recognize now that it's empty. It's vacant, other than a display assembly line. I don't know really how we got to this point. I do know that just earlier this month we were in a meeting with several people that in this room that have already said that the parish was threatened with, if you don't sell this to this person, we're going to bulldoze it. Before a vote, I was sitting where Representative Pugh is sitting. I had Bruce Rasher come up to me, and he said, you're either going to vote to sell this plant to IRG, or the next time you see me, I'm going to have a bulldozer. And those were words directly from him to me. And so I viewed that as a threat. I viewed that, well, you know, could our community stand to see a plant that once employed 3,000 people razed? And it was under that intimidation that I voted, well, if they're gonna bulldoze it, or we're gonna make this deal with this one person, this one option that was presented to us, then I'm gonna vote to go ahead and do it. Now, there was a preliminary agreement that I voted against, which was I wanted to see the contract before we give it to the IDB. I want to see the contract that gives either the parish some leeway to sell this to a person, or does it give the person that we're renting it to full power? I was not allowed to see that contract. It was voted to allow administration to execute it and complete, and the power was ultimately given to the leasee to block anybody. And so not only do they have first right of refusal, they have complete and total blocking rights, that if a person were to come and provide a lot of jobs or to offer to provide a lot of jobs for our community, whether it would be in their best interest or not, definitely not in the community's best interest, but they could say no. And I feel that we've really done a disservice to our area as a whole by allowing that type of contract to go into place. And I do point out that it was a representative of Racer Trust that did come to me and say, you either sell this to this person or we raise it. And if y'all have any pointed questions or toward me, I certainly welcome them.
Mine's just an observation. I've never served on that particular governmental entity. 8 years on the city council I did, and in each instance I tried to make sure that I was asking the intelligent questions so that I could discern what was the best way for me to vote, and for not only my district, but for the citizens of Shreveport. What it appears, and this is, again, my take, is that there appears to be some sort of a disconnect between the Caddo Parish Commission and its surrogate, for lack of a better term, or its straw man, the Industrial Development Board. That's not to say that the members of the Industrial Development Boards are bad people and they're not trying to do what's in the best interest of the citizens of Caddo Parish. Nor do I think that the commission or its administrator were working at trying to do something that was not to benefit the community. But I will say that it sure looks like a sweetheart deal.
Yes.
Okay? And so if what you're telling me is, I didn't even have a chance to look at it, Thomas, to see what kind of a deal it was I was told to vote, there's something broken in the process, sir.
Absolutely, I agree with you completely.
And I would charge you to hold those persons that you look to for guidance and for leadership to make sure that they are providing that service, and if not, they might need to find employment elsewhere.
Well, we represent a body of 12. Just recently, last week, I brought forward a resolution asking that the IDB request quarterly statements from Shreveport Business Park, and that failed. And so if there's not a majority vote requesting transparency, then one vote or 5 votes does nothing.
And then I guess you also have to exhaust, what does it take to remove members, appointed members of that particular board, if indeed they're not willing to do what the commission has asked them to consider? Now granted, one member of 12, I'm one of 13 children. I can't wield the majority of votes of my brothers and sisters to make them act.
Need it on the record, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, Gart, you're going to have to come to the microphone to speak.
Didn't pass his
Correct.
resolution.
Yes, sir.
That is true.
Let's get it straight.
Okay.
It was the parish commission that didn't pass the resolution.
We need to make sure that's on the record, Gart, is what I was asking you. To restate, Mr. Lynn, the observation by Mr. Waite.
Oh, that is correct, yes. It was the parish commission that passed that vote. Now granted, the Industrial Development Board has indicated that they will be asking for that information on their own reconnaissance, and I would hope that they would then give that to the
I would hope they would share with all
as
of
well.
Yes.
And so I look forward to being able to see that information.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I've got to respond to, and I guess I certainly agree with what you just offered, but I also think there's another aspect of this that has got to be placed into the record. What you just shared was not just simply, from my perspective, a failure of the commissioners to be effectively served by their staff, but the actual circumstance that Commissioner Lynn just described. And I'm not a lawyer, and I don't play one on television, but I do understand the concept of duress and placing people under threat of unfavorable outcomes if they don't agree to certain actions should not be allowed. That's a threat. That is saying that if you don't do this and do it in the way, in the manner, and the time in which I say so, then something very bad can happen. Now, I know the way I'm built, which is why I know that they were more comfortable dealing at the parish than dealing at the city. My response to that would have been, all right, I'll meet you in the public arena. We'll air these things openly and transparently, and we'll see where the facts lead us. But as he just shared, you got apparently some folks who are the lead dogs on this, directing it in certain ways, and folks new to public service maybe, not willing to stick their head up, don't want to end up potentially stopping what's being perceived or sold as jobs, agree to go along. But they were not given the benefit, not just in terms of staff, but more importantly, by the folks who had the fiduciary duty to seek the highest and best use of these former GM Shreveport assets. And that's the racial trust. And the racial trust is embodied by Mr. Elliot Laws, the trustee, and Mr. Bruce Rasher, the one who specifically came and said to Commissioner Lynn what he said.
And my observation is, as the attorney for Racer has put out, they no longer have an interest in it. They have conveyed, and granted, your point is probably correct. If you want to look at what their charge was, their mission, they failed. Right? It's the way I look at it. They failed. But
they violated their fiduciary obligation.
Correct. They failed to do what they were charged to do.
And that, Mr. Chairman, is why we are here. Because if in fact they did that, and they knowingly did that, I'm not a lawyer, but there's got to be some process by which those of us as a community who have been aggrieved by their actions can pursue them, seek some form of redress, and potentially overturn and reverse that which has happened. That's why we're here.
And I would say that we probably all have standing if we live within Caddo Parish as Caddo Parish taxpayers. But I would look to my elected official that serves on my parish commission to take up that cause on my behalf.
Well, Mr. Chairman, the mere fact that it's taken us this long for things to be uttered in this room today that have not been uttered in the 3+ years. We all came here in January of 13 being told great news was coming. 1,500 jobs are coming. We need you to show up at the GM auto plant for the announcement. Folks that I knew from Washington, D.C. and other people, they're coming in town. It was the first time I ever met Scott Martinez. My radar went up when he leaned in my ear and said, you know, Jay Williams is here. He's from the president's office. He said, you know, Stuart Lichter is here. He's a billionaire. You know, Elliot Laws is here. He's the trustee. Bruce Rasher is here. He's the redevelopment manager. The mayor, you're here. All the commissioners, the mayor of Bossier. Lots of folks. Who's not here? Neither the governor or the secretary of economic development. At that point, I stopped and went, how many phone calls have I gotten from the governor telling me, Cedric, we're going to retain 50 jobs and add 25. I'm about to step in the helicopter. Can you meet me for the announcement? 25 jobs, 50 jobs. The governor's here, bold and beautiful, and got the full complement of folks with him. We're talking 1,500 jobs, the loss of the most significant manufacturing operation in the entirety of the state of Louisiana, and the governor and the secretary of economic development don't bother to work out a time frame under which either one or both can be here. That was the first indication that there's something rotten at the core of what's going on. Maybe because of non-disclosure agreements and other sorts of things, they were not in a position to be able to readily express exactly what those things are. I'm here to tell you that non-disclosure agreements and everything else should not prevent us from pursuing the best interest of the people of Caddo Parish in Northwest Louisiana. And their best interest is to convert these assets into real, tangible jobs, not to facilitate the pursuit, as well intended as it may be.
And I would like to go on the record
of one
to say,
Mr. Paul Elio.
I would like to go on the record to say that I did speak up, and I did say that we need more information, and that these contracts, that there's a cornerstone contract that's missing, and until this cornerstone contract is shown to us, that I cannot be in support of it. And so I did rear my ugly head, and I did speak up.
And to your credit, you did, and
we lost.
Former commissioner, now current councilwoman Stephanie Lynch, she was against the sale entirely. The point I made to her at that point in time was that, no, I'm not opposed to the sale. The control and influence of the direction of these assets is something that is very important. Yes, we need to be putting ourselves in a position to do this, but it needs to be real. It doesn't need to be a sham that ends up giving IRG and Shreveport Business Park the protection from taxes, but also giving Lichter all the control. And that's where we ultimately are. And that's not what was envisioned as this process, to figure out how it is that you replace the jobs lost by leveraging these abandoned former General Motors and Chrysler assets. With that,
Thank you. Are there any
thank you, Mr.
further
Chairman, for your
questions?
indulgence.
Any questions for Commissioner Lynn?
Thank you for allowing me to speak my piece.
Thank you. If you will fill out a card though for us, so we have it as part of the record. There being no other public comments to come before the committee, again, members, you move.